All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Let's say what's up to all the good people in the building this morning. DJ OC in the place to be. What's up? All things. Cadillac 634 in the dough. Hey man, I shouted you out on the video, Cadillac 634. I was like, Cadillac 6. Oh, yeah. Okay. Good morning, Fanon. Thanks for the shout out, King. Devin Haney by KO. Yes, sir. You know what's up, man. What's up, man? Good to see you, Cadillac 634 in the dough. Valley in the building. What's going on, man? HMC3, what's up? Coach Chris was happening. What's going on, Ray Patterson? Mr. McKinney, what's good? Alden Johnson, what's going on, man? Good morning, Fanon and the whole chat. I still think Showtime not be around anymore. They still have PBC and Al Heyman and Floyd. You never know what happens next with them two guys. Oh, I know they're going to get a big deal. They already got a big deal. Dog, they've been bragging about a big deal for a week, man. But look, man, we're going to wait for a minute because I got to tell you, dog, excellent job, Steven Espinoza. Thank you so much for making my life better over the last, I don't know, man. How long have they been there, man? 2010 or something like that. Whenever it was, man. Man, thank you, man. Thank you for the great fights, man. Thank you for putting Latino fighters out there and black fighters out there. Thank you, man. Thank you, Steven Espinoza. Admire him greatly as a businessman. And just such a shame that he had to take so much heat from cats that have accomplished nowhere near what he has accomplished. I think Showtime is done with Paramount coming. I knew a big change was coming with Showtime and boxing. Well, it is what it is, man. Crawford too. Oh, what's going on, Alan? We'll get into that. Ernie V, what's up? Aisha, Daryl McKinney, Steve Mega, Akaflaka, Akaflex. What's going on? Let me get it. Mr. Bowley Time, what's up, man? Yeah, knock out that like button, man. Knock out that like button and share the video. Knock out that like button and share the video, man. Share the video. Man, I got to make sure I don't spill this crap on my computer. Hold on one second. All right, that'll do it. That'll do it. I got so many glasses over here. I want to make sure I don't really mess anything up because this got a big risk. I'm at a risk. Yes, sir. What's going on, Brock Howard? How you feeling, man? Shout out to the wrenches. I monetized. Yes, I did. Brock Howard. Yes, I did. Thank you, sir. Yes, I did. PBC on Dazn? No. No. That is a no. That is a no. That is a no. Rob B, what's going on, man? No, they've been around before that. They've been around a long time. I'm talking about when Steven Espinoza got there. Between rounds, what's going on, man? B, so Al Heyman taking PBC to the zone. I wouldn't bet $2 on that. I wouldn't bet $2 on that. Pull out Bandit. No more islands. We would love to see PBC Matchroom. Yeah, good. Yeah, no, you're gonna get your island. The network's not the island. The promotional company's the island. Dog, what? Look, man. Let's look at this from a historical perspective. Pull out Bandit. When HBO shut down, when HBO shut their boxing program down, did it get rid of the Top Rank Island? No. What's Rick Glazier gloating about? Man, Rick Glazier was wrong as rain. Fuck, man, what's Rick Glazier? Aisha, what's Rick Glazier gloating about? Look, man, let me tell you, Aisha. And Rick, let me tell you. If I stick my head out the door and I say, oh, put a raincoat on, it's going to rain. You put your raincoat on and walk outside and it's a sunny day all day. And then the next day, I say, put your raincoat on. Put your raincoat on. Why? Because it's raining outside. You go out, you put your raincoat on, and you walk outside and it doesn't rain. It's another sunny day. And you do that 10 times. And you do it 10 times. 10 times. And then on the 11th time, it's raining outside. And then you put your hood on, you walk outside and it's raining. He said, well, I told you so the whole time. I've been telling you for a week that it was raining. Dog, it ain't been raining for a week and rain this time. Remember, these clowns said this shit in 2022. They said that shit in 2022. He said the PBC was going out of business. And he said Showtime wasn't going to be around at the end of it was going to close down in 2022. I told you. You didn't say squat. You didn't tell me squat. Didn't nobody know? Everybody knows there was a possibility of it happening. Leonard Ellerby said on Twitter, wait till you see PBC next move. Look, man, they've been saying that for a while. They've been letting that leak. They've been letting that leak out there for a while. They don't like that. They don't like that Dazn stuff though. That Dazn stuff, dog. No, that more than likely is not going to happen, bro. I wouldn't bet a nickel on that, man. I wouldn't bet a nickel on that. Los in the building. Thank you, brother. Thank you, El Chino, for the $7 holler, man. Thank you for your support, man. I wouldn't bet a red cent on that, man. Yeah, they was wrong. They said PBC, not Showtime. Look, man. If I tell you that I think that if I tell you every day that ESPN is going to ESPN is going to get rid of Top Rank, guess what? Eventually they will. Eventually they will. Thoughts on the pressure that they're obnoxious. That's my thoughts on the presser. You talking about for the Devin Haney fight? Those Negroes are obnoxious. Okay? They're obnoxious. The whole thing was obnoxious. That was my thought on that press conference. They are obnoxious. The only non-obnoxious person on there, dog, for me yesterday was Regis Prograis. No, Regis, it's just obnoxious, man. Why do people make fun of Haney for having a dad? No, they don't. Regis Prograis has a dad. I've met his dad. They didn't make fun. Regis Prograis didn't make fun of him for having a dad. I've met Regis Prograis' dad. Regis Prograis' dad is at all of Regis Prograis' fights. All of them. All of them. Real light-skinned dude. Real light-skinned dude. Thoughts on Regis being visibly smaller than Devin Haney? Devin Haney, yeah, my thoughts are Devin had no business at 135. That's my thoughts on it. He didn't look that much smaller, to tell you the truth. He looked like Devin's overweight. Devin looked fat in the face. We'll see how he gets down in his weight, but Devin looked fat in the face. Definitely looked a lot bigger. I was entertained. I mean, it was entertaining, but like, it's to me, it was still obnoxious. To me, it was still, first of all, I'm not a big fan of using the N-word in front of all these people all the time. I'm just not a fan, man. I'm not a fan. That shit's uncouth. It's uncouth. It's tacky. That's me. I don't like that. I'll let it fly every once in a while because I get in my mind that I'm talking to black people when I'm talking on this channel. Like, that's always in my mind. Like, I always think, I know there's some Puerto Ricans here. I know I know there's some Puerto Ricans here. I know there's some Mexicans here. I know there's some Asians. I know there's some Asians here. But every once I just forget. And I go into that mode, and it's just, I talk like I'm at home. I talk like I'm at home. So I slip up. But I'm not going to sit up there and do what they're doing. Oh, man, in this, in that, in this, in that, in that. Man, will you stop it? Will you stop it? That's what every time he said it, I was like, man, you're in public. Man, you're in public. Man, you're in public. You know you're not supposed to say that in public. Stop saying that in public. That's not for public consumption. But anyway, man, other than that, you know what it is. I'm looking forward to the fight, man. Devin called Regis a straight bum. I mean, okay. Okay. Hey, Patrick, if he's a bum, then why are you fighting him? Hey, dog. Hey, what happened to Shakur negotiations? Hey, Patrick Bell, good morning, Fanon. And chat, please hit the like button. Let's take a couple seconds to hit the like button. We got 213 people in the building. Can we hit the like button, man? Can we hit the like button? Hey, T. Orlando Pearson. Material term. T. Orlando Pearson. Material. I'm such a hypocrite, dog. I'm such a hypocrite. Hey, thank you, Patrick Bell, man. Thank you for the support, bro. The orange. Thank you for that orange, bro. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your support. Shout out, Kamal. Shout out, Kamal. Shout out, Kamal. He said, this whole situation is making me support Devin. The hate is out of control. Hey, yeah, happy hump day to you, Steven. Look, man, I use the concept of a material term. In a video, man, So I'm apologizing for my hypocrisy all of a sudden. I'm apologizing for my hypocrisy. But that's why you got the one on that record, bro. That's why you got your one. That's why, just so you know, that's why you got your one. That's why you got your one. Because I needed it. Fanon, how do you think Regis and Haney will play out? I mean, look, man, I got Devin Haney winning the fight. I think you're going to see Devin Haney with a lot of power. Are you kidding me, Rick? Mahari? Hold on. I was disgusted at Regis Prograis and his trainer for those disrespectful comments towards the Haneys. What did you feel about Haney's disrespectful comment towards them? What's the disrespectful comment? That he called him a private school kid? And they tried to correct. No, he's homeschooled. Oh, so he's not a private school kid. He's got private tutors. Do you know? Dog, I was like, Bill, you jump from the frying pan into the fire, man. Homeschooling to accurate. I wish I had said she. I wish I was a private school kid. Exactly. Man, please. As if a private school kid that is trained to fight will not whoop your ass. They will whoop your ass. But look, Devin can fight, man. I don't care about any of that stuff. I was first of all, I was a lower middle class. I was never I would say that I was a lower middle class kid. Like financially a lower middle class at first. And then gradually we kind of jumped up to the, I went to a private college. Got up to private college. I don't know why Regis Prograis ain't paying for the private school. You're tripping. You better pay for that private school. You know public school education sucks. Oh, they ain't no problem with. I mean, they're just saying that you ain't really rough and rugged like that because you went to a private school, and there very well may be the truth. I went to a private school. I went to private in DC, and I tell you, I see more fights than in public school. Look, man. Hey, El Chino Baggy said, that let me tank had me dead. What? That let me call Tank. Oh, let me call Tank. Why are you ducking Tank? Why are you up here not fighting Tank and Shakur? You trying to, what he called him is you trying to cherry pick me. Yeah, the private school shit's ridiculous. I mean, it is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. I wish I had gone to private school. Public school sucks. Nah, bro. I'm okay with whatever. All school sucks. You just learn how to write better. Mine didn't need to go to a private school. My public school was as good as a private school. So where I grew up, you didn't have to go to a private school. You go to a public school and get a great education in a public school. That's what y'all are missing when you deal with this all this privatization stuff. I hope Devin gets the noodle legs again with Regis. Y'all got me talking about Devin Haney. I already told you I got a super chat policy with Devin Haney, dog. Y'all give me a lot of headaches, man. Like, dude, like I didn't have to do it. You go, man, where I live right now. I don't have to send my son to no private school. For what? The school right there is perfectly fine. The only reason you go to a private school here is you just want, like, I don't know, man, college level shit or something. But nah, dude, I didn't, like, you know what I mean? This ain't CVS. You know what I mean? I went to a private school and ended up in jail. I went to a private school and ended up in jail in the same jail as B-Hop. Hey, man, you know what it is. But anyway. Oh, I went to a private college. I didn't go to a private high school. Basically, the thing with education and your kids is you got to, like, if you cannot afford, I'm going to tell you what I would do. If I could not afford, if I had a little money, but I couldn't afford a private school, you get private tutors for math and English. Get private tutors. If I swear, man, if I'm lucky enough to have a grandkid and my money is decent, I swear what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my kid, he said, when did private school become an insult? Please. When you soft. Man, you a private school, you soft. That's when it became an insult. When you soft and you buff your nails. Hey, man, I don't know, man. Y'all seem like y'all some private school kids that are you're offended by him saying, man, you're a private school kid. You didn't earn it. Basically, what he could have done is he could have articulated his argument a little better, and it still wouldn't have mattered. He said, my school, number one school in my state, top 50 in the nation, Walnut Hills High School. Yeah, if you live near wealthy white people, the public schools are going to be great. You live near wealthy white people, your public schools are going to be great. Big Dog Willie in the building. Devin can dribble a bowling ball because Bill says so. Thank you, Big Dog Willie. Look, man, he went to McDonald 35, man, and McDonald 35 is a very good school. That's what I thought. I was like, man, didn't you go to McDonald 35? You went to 35. I know he went to like 3 different high schools, but he went to 35. 35 is a good school. McDonald 35 is a good school. When he went there, it was a good school. Man, look, man, he said he had to go through Katrina. Katrina ain't no joke, man. Anyway, look, man, y'all are not, first of all, you're not going to get me to feel sorry. You are not going to get me to feel sorry for Devin Haney. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Devin Haney talks more shit than a little bit. What are you talking about? Devin Haney talks more shit than a little bit. He calls every other fighter up there a duck. Everybody up there a duck and a bum. And that man can't call you a private school kid. What? All you got to do is this private school kid gonna whoop your ass. How about that? Okay? How about this private school kid about to whoop you, bro? But he was homeschooled. Man, I hope you got a good homeschool. I said they put their kids in private school to prevent them from hanging with the wrong crowds, which I think is a good thing. And I know a person that was in private school and he begged his mom not to go. Look, man, McDonald 35 is a good school, man. They got a lot of really good. First of all, McDonald 35 is a good school. 35 is a good school. There's a lot of people who come out of 35 that do good things out of 35. Yes, they got lower income people there, but that McDonald 35 is a good school with a lot of pride around McDonald 35. It's a good school. I don't know what you're talking about. I know cats that came out of 35 that got ridiculous bank. Very, very well educated, very, very intelligent people. Doctors, dudes owning insurance dealerships. Please, man. McDonald 35 got a lot of people doing things out of 35. I ain't from New Orleans. I'm not from New Orleans, but I was in New Orleans long enough to know 35. 35 puts out you can succeed out of 35. Absolutely, you can succeed out of 35. Please, it's not a good school. 35, please. There's a very educated facts. There's a bunch of cats coming out of 35. Now, I can't speak for all them schools. I ain't gonna speak for all them schools, but there's a lot of pride in 35. Ain't nobody hating on Devin. He could afford to take concessions because he already rich. He ain't sacrificed ish. I mean, he sacrificed some brain cells, man. He's putting in the work. It's dangerous, though. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that it's dangerous. That there's dangerous. New Orleans is dangerous. New Orleans is dangerous, but just like Kansas City. Kansas City's got a bunch of school. They got a magnet. What's in there? Lincoln Academy. Lincoln Academy got dang near everybody in that school going to college. The magnet school, Lincoln in Kansas City. Anyway, King of Kings said Tank and Calvin glorify making it out. Most is glorify being poor. There's a difference. I don't see what the problem is with. First of all, I don't want to be poor. I don't want to be without money. But God dog, man, there's a lot of really decent people. There's a lot of very decent people that do not make a lot of money. So I think people should stop focusing so much on the money and start focusing on the family. If you have a solid family that stays together, that works, where you got people that are out there trying to take care of each other and trying to make their lives, dude, you cannot have a lot of money and still have a good family. Anyway, yeah, I went to Chambly Magnet. It was damn near a feeder school for Ivy League and engineering colleges. Yeah, some of the magnet schools are very, very good. Look, man, I don't like the Ivy League snobs. I know they're very, very well educated people, but kiss my ass. You're not any smart. Some of y'all are smarter than a lot of people. I ain't gonna lie. Some of them people very, very smart, very, very intelligent. They ain't smarter than me. And they got them fundamentals like a mug, though. And that's the thing. Dog, you got to get your kids the fundamentals. All you young black fighters, man, young black fathers, listen to me for a second. Treat the school like basketball. Do you know how if your kid can't dribble and can't shoot, he can't make it? Do you know how you got them doing all those cone drills and all of that? You got to treat school the same way. You got to get the basics of mathematics and writing down. Hire yourself a tutor, just like you hire a coach to spend for $100 to sit there and teach your kid to shoot a jump shot. Teach them to write an essay. Teach them how to do math ahead of the curve. What do you think of Showtime leading boxing now? I don't think much of it. Mahari Boxing, thank you. That's my A. No joke. Do that. Get from a very young age, hire your child a math tutor. And from a very young age, get them a writing tutor. And keep them a year or 2 years up from the school level that they're in. Everything else is going to pour off of that. Everything else is going to, your English, your history, your social studies, all of those things are going to feed off your ability to write. Because if you can write well, you can read well. If you can write well, you can read well. If you can read well, if you can read well, a lot of times you can write well. Teach them how to write well. Teach them that get the math. If I could do anything different with my kids, I would have done that very early. With my son, I did it later. I'm doing it now. I'm investing. And matter of fact, I dang near want him to stay at home for a year and do nothing but go to a math and English tutors to get his math and English way up before he does that. So when he hits the ground, he can write, and he can write without having to do edits. He can read and understand and be able to pull out everything that he needs out of books and be able to give it back to the teacher the way that the guy wants, and you get them grades up like that. I'm going to apply that advice for my 1-year-old boy. I'm telling you, do that. And the subjects are writing and math. Math and writing, because that's the basics of everything else. If you can do math, you can do science. If you can write, you can do science. Okay? That's kind of like an in-betweener there. But any of your calculations, any of your stuff, those are the two areas. Be able to write and be able to do math. Get yourself a kid a tutor, and get your kid a tutor early, and keep that kid at least 2 years ahead of where they're at school. And then do not allow your kid to skip grades. Keep your kid right there in the grade that they're in, waxing everything in the grade that they're in. You don't get any extra brownie points for going too fast. Anyway, you got a 1-year-old, do your saying. I still have time. Oh, and yeah, dude, what do you need a tutor before the age of 5 for? You know what I mean? Like, because really, what age group would you require? I don't know what you mean. I'm just telling you, as soon, like, man, I would hire a little tutor. I would hire a tutor as soon as they're old enough. Look, my niece could read at 2. My niece could read at 2. At 2, like 2.5. She was speaking, and it's by the time she could speak for a couple months, she could read, because we would read newspapers to her. She would sit there and look at her, because she was raised in, like, my oldest niece is only 16 years younger than me. And she's my oldest sister's daughter. So when she was born, she lived with us for a long time. Like, she would be at our house all the time. If I wasn't watching her, my younger sister was watching her, or my older sister was watching her, or my mother was watching her. And like, she didn't have a babysitter, but she was just always there. And that girl could read, could write, all of that, read, write, all of that. My mom had me in preschool at 2, had me learn Spanish at 2 years of age. I don't know about the school. I don't know about preschool. I'm talking about a tutor, somebody specifically to sit there one-on-one with your child, one-on-one. As soon as they are old enough to do it, one-on-one. I'm not talking about being there with a bunch of other kids. I'm talking about one-on-one. Here, I'm going to say that boy can sing. Yeah, that girl can write. I'm seriously, my niece, my other niece, man, my other niece went to University of Chicago. I swear she was the first person to ever tell me, to show me exactly how poorly my fundamentals are, how poorly my writing fundamentals are, and reading my fundamentals are. They're nowhere near as good as hers. Nowhere near as good as hers. She's not any smarter than me. I'll tell her that to her face, because that's the only defense I have. But that writing, oh no. Oh no, I read her writing. I'm like, Jesus. Like, what how do you even do? Like, I have to look at, like, for her sentence structure, like, how the hell do you even do that shit? Like, I don't even know how to use those. Like, there's a lot of things I don't know how to use. That was my weakness to Orlando. That's why I'm not in a law firm, because I couldn't write like that. I could argue, I could understand, but I couldn't write like the same people right next to me who I would study with, and I knew the subject better than they did. And I would summarize the subject for them. Man, my boy James would kick my ass on every test because he writes so beautifully. It's how he writes it that people love reading what he's writing. It's so easy for him. I'm telling you, man, the fundamentals you got to treat with your kids. If you care about your kids being well educated and being able to do a lot of different things, you just got to do the same thing you do with your kids with basketball and football. You just got to do it with reading and math. That's it. Do it the same approach you would take to getting them to the NBA. A bunch of extra hours of practice after practice. And that's what those Indian kids do. But their parents can do the math. So we just got to hire somebody to do the math for us. And then once you get a kid that can do the math, then he can help the other kid that gets the math. That's the difference between us and the Indian kids who are getting those perfect scores on the SATs and the ACTs. They treat that shit like we treat basketball. That's why they can't hoop with us or play football with us. I'm telling you, they don't play. They don't play. They harass the shit out them kids about that stuff. Yeah, I said I used to babysit my little cousin while I was in high school. I taught her algebra at 7. She is a very good attorney and passed the bar with flying colors. Yeah, see it. And dude, we're more than kids. Who this is? Look, I'm telling you, that's how you got to. I'm telling you, with my son. Once I got my son some tutors, man, this shit went foop. My kid is a straight A student this semester. Like, but I think he has one high B in a heavily weighted class, like a college level class. Dog, once you give them the tutors, because you sit in there in those classes and you're bored, you got a girl next to you that you may think is cute, you got your boys over there laughing and giggling. It's hard for you got to focus all through all of that stuff. Man, that's what I say. Absolutely, they will school you in basic school subjects. You got to do it, the basic stuff. Yeah, he's in an AP class. He got like a high B in an AP class. But it is what it is, man. I'm seriously, my wife doesn't agree with me at all. I really want to be like, look, dude, how about you just take a year? We're gonna get you 3 tutors in math. We get you a tutor in math, in English, and science. Okay, we'll tutor you up, get you tutored up, get you all the way to where you're writing beautifully, where your math is like a level above where you're going to take your first college and just cheat this. I want to cheat the system like that. My wife doesn't agree with me, but then my wife is a dang near straight A student herself, so she can't relate. She can't relate to what it's like to be being a player. You know what I mean? Anyway, absolutely. Yeah, anyway, so let's get back to this boxing talk, man. Ariana, what's up, said 100? I'm telling you, that's what I do. What is going on, Love Down Gaither? How you feeling, brother? Let's get back to boxing, though. Let's get back to boxing. You got to have a little money for it, though. But I swear I want to do that with my son. I really like. My wife wants to get him off in college quick. Like, oh, I don't want to send him yet. Said it's not cheating, Martin. No, I know it's not cheating. But I'm just telling you. But I'm just like, look, man. How about you take this? You get through calculus through a tutor first. Have that tutor teach you calculus. Have this tutor get you up to English 3. Do those 2 things. Work out, play basketball, have fun for a year. Do those things. I would be okay with it. And then when you go and have your freshman year in college, you're a little bit more mature. You've gotten those fundamentals, like you're really good at it. Boom, you can hit the ground running. So anyway, we'll get to this. Let's get through it. Let's do this. Somebody said, "Oh, what do you think of Showtime leaving boxing now?" Honestly, man, I'm looking forward to being first and foremost, I feel for the people. Mahari, I really do feel for Steven Espinoza. I feel for Al Bernstein and Steve Farhood and Roy Ronaldo and Abner Mares and all of the people, David Dinkins, all of the people, the production people that worked and put those things on. I feel for all of those people. It is never good to lose a job, to have a company go out of business, and now you got to figure out it's tough. I've been in that situation. It's a tough, stressful situation, and I personally think that anybody that was gloating over this, that you guys should not do that, because you don't want that lesson coming at you. Okay? You don't want that lesson coming at you. I've been in a situation where a company that I work for sold. And trust me, it is stressful. For me, it was incredibly stressful. Incredibly stressful. All the way up to the time that it happened, and then for a while after it happened. It is very, very stressful. So before I say anything, why they got paid, especially Espinoza, because you don't have a job. You don't have a job. You're not doing what you did. Steven Espinoza has to let go of a lot of people. Not all those people were on extended contracts. I think they're like 40 people or something. Anyway, you go feel sorry for, man, great run my ass. They got to feed their family next year. Like, they got to feed their family. So first and foremost, that's what I think about that. That's my first thought on that is. Yeah, I mean, but look, dude, people change jobs. Al Bernstein has been around a long time, man. So he's retirement age. Rick just got out of the hospital. He needs to focus on his health instead of gloating. Hey, man, Brian Custer is going to be missed. Brian Custer's not a Showtime employee. Brian Custer's got like 4 or 5 different jobs. So I'm not really worried about Brian Custer. Brian Custer has already got jobs over there on CBS. He's got contracts with other people. And these guys knew what was coming because Brian Custer has his own podcast that he's been working on, and he's been doing things. All he's got to do is shift. There's a lot of things Brian Custer already has in place. That's the way that I see it anyway. But as far as the boxing, I'm kind of excited. It depends on what the PBC does, though. If the PBC can go somewhere that's going to get them more fight dates, I'll like it. Smash that like button, man, and thank you to everybody that puts color in the chat. Thank you. I like if it gets more fight dates, I like it. If it gets more fight dates. I like it. I don't see it. I don't really see it creating any more connection between promoters. I think that's a bunch of BS. Personally, I think it's a bunch of BS. Are the contracts still in play? What are you talking about? The contracts for fights? Yes. Look, man, if you think, oh, by the way, Terrence Crawford ain't getting out of that Errol Spence Jr. rematch clause because Showtime is going out, because Showtime isn't airing fights. Yeah, I hear people talking about that. How would that work? How would that work? He owes that to Errol, not to Showtime. He owes that to Errol. He owes that to Errol. So how in the world would that get him out of a contract with Errol? And I do not believe that is a material term. T. Orlando, would you consider that to be a material term in Georgia? Where are you, sir? The name of the network? Would you think do you think that is a term without which you do not have an enforceable agreement? T. Orlando, come on, man. Come on, argue with me, dog. I want to get that L. We told y'all PBC going out of business. They cashed out this year. T. Orlando, man, would you consider the fight date to be a material term? Would you consider the fight date? Oh, why would you say that, T. Orlando? What do you mean? Why? It very well could be. Like, how? How could it? The network itself? The fight date? No. The fight date for a rematch clause? For a rematch clause, he already waived it. Fight date? Yeah. Fight date could be a material term. The fight network itself? Maybe, maybe not. If it's funding the fight, but what if they're not funding the fight? What if they have alternative funding? I don't think so. I'll argue not. And I know at the very least your ass is going to be in court going over that shit. For now, Showtime leaving boxing is the saddest thing I've seen since ESPN leaving boxing. I hope Dazn gets PBC. But anyway, I'll leave that one to T. Orlando. I'll leave that to T. Orlando. He said, that's why I said it could be. It depends. Yeah, exactly. What your ass going to be in court going over that shit. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Your ass going to be spending money on lawyers going over that shit. You knew it. What will happen to Boots' contract just dropped, Fanon? Oh, I don't know, man, because I think they had an oral agreement. Daryl McKinney. I think they had an oral agreement. His ass better go sign with Al. You better go get an advisory deal with Al Heyman, though. Without a doubt. You better call Al. You better call first of all, he probably already knows what's going on. But you better go ahead and call Cameron Duncan to go call Al. Because he need to go wherever the PBC is going. If he does anything short of that, bad move. Highly risky move going anywhere other than them. You better call Al Heyman. Because you don't fit the bill with the rest of them people. Sorry, brother. You don't fit the bill. It's town because everybody's going to want him. But what is everybody going to do with him? Bob Arum ain't doing nothing really with him. Bob Arum ain't going to go out of their way to feature Jaron Ennis. He ain't featured a black fighter in forever. Oscar De La Hoya, man, you're going to wind up suing Oscar De La Hoya in like 2 years. You're going to go fight in England? You're going to go fight in London with Eddie Hearn? Go fight. Who are you going to fight? Eddie Hearn is the crazy thing. Eddie Hearn is the second best choice for him. Eddie Hearn is the second best choice for him. Man, that dude is in a good situation, bro. Breaking news, Mike Cappinger just said BLK Prime paid $10 million for PBC. Fight by fight deal reasonable. Look, man, if I was Bozy Ennis and Bozy Ennis and Jaron Ennis, if I was there, I'd be like, look, man, we got to look at the history of this shit. Okay? We got to look at the history of this shit. Jaron is a mega talent, man. He's a mega talent. He's a mega talent. And it's a good time for him if he plays his card right. It's a great time if you play your cards right. And the card is the guy that is going to make you a big name fighter. And the only people that are doing that are the PBC. Say what you want. They're the only ones doing it. They're the only ones with the track record. They're the only ones with the track record. Top Rank does not have the track record for black fighters. They couldn't do it with Terrence Crawford. How are they going to do it for you? How? If they can't do it, they wouldn't do it for Terrence Crawford. How are they going to do it for you? If they haven't been, dude, they got Shakur Stevenson for years. And Shakur is second fiddle to a dude whose daddy promotes him. Shakur is second fiddle. Shakur is second fiddle to somebody whose daddy promotes him. How? Because that's not the black fighters are not the focus of Top Rank. Okay? You'll be out there, be like, yeah, we really like him. You know, yeah, we got this great fighter, and yeah, he can really beat. But then you're gonna have to sign, you have to pay money to get out the contract, and all that to ever get a mega fight with anybody. Hell no. With Top Rank. And Golden Boy, double hell no. Because everybody all their big fighters wind up suing them. You ain't never heard of nobody trying to sue Al Heyman to get away from him. You ever heard it? Only person I have not heard of somebody suing to get away from him, Eddie Hearn and Al Heyman. I've not heard Eddie Hearn having any problems like that. I would personally go with Eddie Hearn before I went with Bob Arum. I go with Eddie Hearn first. Eddie Hearn first. Oh, I'm sorry. I do know somebody named Boo Boo who signed over there with him and couldn't get a shot with him. But I don't think that was completely on Eddie. I think that had a little something to do with Canelo and that network. So, dog, no. You asked me about that, dog. Hey, Dron, you need to head over there. I think they'll get a deal with Amazon for non. I don't know who it's going to be. I think they already got one. Dog, I think they already got one, dog. First of all, T Orlando is about cashing out. Wrong. Do everything you got to do to up your value before it's time to get a new deal. The NBA, Al Heyman played it like an NBA. He played it like an NBA veteran. He said it's a contract year. It's a contract year. Y'all need to get in this ring and fight, man. We need to make some big fights. They had a contract year. Their contract year is, dude, ain't nobody that wants boxing not gonna dump. They wouldn't dump the promotional company they got to get the PBC. Just off Gervonta, two more Gervonta, Canelo, Errol, Deontay, get out of here. Just them. And that's why I really hope they get somebody that gets a lot of fight dates. Because the weakness with Showtime, even though I'm telling you I'm a big fan of Showtime, the weakness with Showtime is that what Rick Glazier said, the number of fight dates. The number of fight dates. Where you have ESPN that has way more dates available to them than Showtime does. Showtime has, what did they say? They got like 64 cards. Like there's card after card after card coming out for them. Let me put this link in the chat, bro. There's nothing really to argue about, though. Man, I miss the arguments, man. I can't believe it. I miss the arguments. I got an all-star team. Al got an all-star team. Yeah, he had a contract year. That man had a contract year. No, but look, man, I really wish that a promotional company would go away. For now, the honest boxing fighters are always never the focus. They give Canelo $50 million and give EJ and Bud $50 million to split and then outsold Canelo. I don't know what you mean. Canelo Alvarez is an entire fan base, bro. They cash out. Oh, you're just hating. That's an entire fan base, bro. That's an entire fan base. That's an entire fan base. Canelo, first of all, they said they paid Canelo $50 million. Nah, bro. I thought I heard CBS is out of it. But if he goes to CBS Sports is huge. What's up, Harry?
Good morning, Fanon. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm always doing well when I get to hear your voice, bro. Always.
You know, every time when it comes to the Devin Haney slander, I had to come over here and make sure to put the fire extinguisher with that, because you know what I mean? Because I gotta put some perspective on it, because a lot of you guys gotta get this little bit of clearance, a little bit of the clarity in the conversation. But it's all fun and games. It's all fun and games. But to answer your question about Showtime, I thought that, in my viewpoint, I just felt that, you know, they over budgeted on a lot of different things from my viewpoint, at least. I just thought that they didn't put in enough fights in to try to really do on their dollar. And I think that as a result, I think that what CBS and Paramount is thinking of is, what's the point of keeping boxing on their network if we're not getting the fights that we want, with the exception of this year, of course. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I was just saying that with the exception of this year, of course, because this year has been one of the best years in boxing. I think in recent years, they pretty much, you know, dropped the ball on it. And it's kind of sad, because I'm really gonna miss Showtime boxing, because honestly, though, I felt that Showtime was actually outperforming HBO at that time, and they just pretty much wiped the floor with HBO with their production in terms of their commentary and everything else. So it's sad, but I think that what PBC is gonna do, they're either gonna, I think in my view, they should probably go with Amazon Prime, because Amazon Prime is basically building a streaming service network, and they already got broadcasting rights to NFL games, and they're already doing their own shows. So I think it would probably make sense to do it there, but I might be wrong. They might do it the Zone. I don't know. What do you think?
Man, I don't know what they're gonna do, man. This one I kind of want to wait and see. I know that the Zone shit is whack. Like
Right.
that shit is whack. I don't believe that for squat because I think that the Zone has been divesting in boxing. I just kind of want to see where they land, man. I want to see where they land, but the way that they talk about it, they seem like they already have everything laid out.
Well, we'll see what they sign with. I just hope it's not the Zone because, listen,
now,
anytime
that the Zone is not, I think that is.
Yeah,
I think that's. Look, man, we just got a lot of people, man, that are. I think that there's going to be a lot of people lost. Mm-hmm. Like a lot of people lost because they're gonna have to find a way to hate on Amazon Prime, or hate on CBS, or I think that the thing with Showtime was completely foreseeable. Not that I was ever hoping for it, because I'm just attached to Showtime. Like because I've been a fan of Showtime boxing for so long. I've been looking forward to their cards for so long that them not being there to me is just kind of like, it's like a big hole. It's like somebody died, right? Like it's not as bad as somebody died, but like it's maybe like somebody like I haven't seen in 30 years passing away, but not somebody close, obviously. But so it's just a little bit of a hole. But when they go over to somebody else, I'm most interested in to see exactly how these guys are going to find a way to hate on that too.
Right.
But what are you going to say about Devin Haney, man? Let's get on this. Let's get on this. Let's get on the rich kid.
Okay. I'm going to make this clear. I want to clarify what I'm saying. What I'm said earlier was that I did not like how Regis Prograis and his trainer referenced the private school comment in this particular aspect. It felt like they were insulting the role about what private school is. And it's like, dude, so what if he went to private school or anything like that? You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what school you go into, as long as you're getting a quality education, that's all that matters, right? I just felt like that comment just really rubbed me the wrong way. That's all I was trying to say. Well, whatever comes to trash talking in press conferences, I really don't care. But that private school comment is like, bro, if you think that private school is a bad thing, what kind of education did you get then? So that's all my clarification about it. But go ahead.
But do you think he was making fun of private school or making fun of Devin Haney? Let's break it down.
Well, I felt he was making fun of both, but more on Devin Haney than I think on the subject of private school at the most. So yeah. That's where I kind of like, dude, this stop, man. And I just wish that Regis would have told his trainer, hey, settle down, bro. I got this. I'm fighting. I'm the one fight. You're not, and you're not fighting Bill Haney. So settle down there somewhere. But
what about Bill Haney?
Okay, here's my thing about Bill Haney. Okay, I feel that Bill Haney is doing the best that he could to help his son, and what he's done for his son is helped him become an undisputed champion at 135. When Tio Lopez basically flat out said that the plan was from the other sanctioning bodies is that they're going to try to ice him out. And they were able to do it despite the entire politics of boxing trying to ice out Devin Haney. And that's where my respect for Haney grew, because when he went to Australia, not once, but twice to beat George Kambosos, to me, that's respect. That's huge respect, because not many fighters are willing to take that kind of risk. And from that day forward, I became a huge fan of him afterwards. Now, I'm not like a huge fan or nothing like that, but I grew so much respect for Devin Haney for what he was able to do. And the fact of the matter is that all the other fighters out there are not willing to take the chance to fight Devin Haney, with the exception of Tank, because Tank is far beyond terms of money than Devin. I'm not gonna lie about that. I'm gonna pump the brakes on that because they're both in different weight classes, and I think that their paths are not ready to cross yet. But in terms of that, you got Shakur making excuses. We already had Tio making excuses, and then you had Ryan Garcia making excuses. Like, come on. it's not hard to figure out that Devin Haney is probably the most ducked fighter right now. So I'm not saying all the time, but I'm saying currently at this point. Yes, I'm telling you, yes. You come on, Fanan, you know that.
No, I don't know that. Hell no, I don't know.
Go ahead. Make your point.
Hell no, I don't know that he's the most duck fighter. No, I don't know that. Deontay Wilder's more duck than him.
Well, you know what, and I will give you that. I'll give you that. I'm not.
Yeah,
if you say Deontay Wilder, I agree.
Let's go through the list of people. What about Frank Martin? No, not Frank Martin. What about Frankie Sanchez?
Ooh, which division knows? Wait, division.
Man, here, let me go through this. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Devin Haney may be the most. He may be the most. What's the word? Privileged fighter that there is in the history of boxing. He might literally be the most privileged. Only person that I can think that the amount of privilege that they've experienced in their career is close to his is Vasily Lomachenko.
Well, I would disagree with you on that because
let me explain.
But I'll let you explain. Go ahead. I'll let you explain. Yeah, go ahead.
That kid, first of all, when he's privileged. Devin Haney got a fight for the undisputed championship of the world before he was 24 years old. And he got it with one fight. Do you see what Errol Spence Jr. had to do and who Errol had to fight in order to get a shot at his second belt, to get his first belt, to get his third belt? Then he had to fight Terrence Crawford after getting drug out, and for all these years, everybody ducked him. Everybody ducked Errol Spence. That man had to go through all kind of shit to get a belt. There's no comparison between what Errol did and what Devin Haney did. No comparison. No comparison. He could not get a fight. Sean Porter wouldn't fight him. Keith Thurman wouldn't fight him. Danny Garcia he didn't get a Danny Garcia fight. He had to go over to get one belt. He had to go fight Kell Brook, who's a way better fighter than George Kambosos is. And he had to fight him literally in his own backyard. They had to fight him in his own backyard. And then even then he couldn't get a fight with Sean Porter. Sean Porter still refused to fight him. And after he got Sean Porter, the dude literally got in a car accident. And then he got strung out by Terrence Crawford for at least 15 months of being strung out by Terrence Crawford, who then jumped out the fight, took somebody else, and he had to stay at that weight class the entire time. He beat more championship fighters to get to 3 belts than Devin got to get to 4, and Devin only had to fight George sorry-ass Kambosos. Well,
can I make my argument, sir, if you don't mind?
Well, when I'm done with mine.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's go to this. Who was bragging about multi-million dollar paydays before he ever got on pay-per-view, before he ever became a draw, and before he ever even got a title? This kid did not go to the Olympics and immediately jumped on to Showbox, and then jumped from Showbox straight to the Zone with big-ass paydays from the Zone. And then when he didn't get a fight for a title, he was literally given a belt. So when people complain, oh, Lomachenko was ducking him,
he did duck.
What did he? Yeah, how did he? Whatever. He ducked him. He didn't have. Who's he supposed to fight? He's supposed to fight for you. Well, last time I checked, unifications trump mandatories. That's the last time I checked. The unification fights trump mandatories. And Devin was never his mandatory to begin with. But anyway, I'm talking about the privilege of Devin Haney. Devin Haney got a shot, got the WBC belt given to him when Lomachenko didn't fight him. He got the belt. It was given to him. Just like it was given to Jamal. I'm not saying he's not a good fighter and then he couldn't have won the title. He was given that. And then the next title fight that he had was for 3 more belts. And he got an extra contract when his own network wouldn't pay for it Because the reason he didn't get the fight with George Kambosos before Lomachenko was because the zone wouldn't pay for it. ESPN gives him what he wanted. We said, just give me Terrence Crawford, just give me whatever Vasily Lomachenko took, and I'll take that. And guess what? He was fortunate that there was a war in the Ukraine, and then he was given the fight that his own network wouldn't pay for. So you tell me somebody else that was given a belt in his next championship fight for a belt, for another belt, he was given a shot at all 3 belts against a guy that had damn near no chance to win. It's not like he went over there to the UK to fight Kell Brook. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he went over to like he fought Tyson Fury, like he fought a lightweight version of Tyson Fury in Wembley Stadium. He fought a bum. He fought a fighter a level above a bum over in Australia. That's no comparison to Errol having to fight Kell Brook in the O2 Arena. Now, please continue.
Okay, I got to make this real quick because I got to go. I would argue that listen, Lomachenko did duck Devin Haney. We're not going to argue that because the fact of the matter is who accepted the WBC franchise tag? It was Loma. You don't think that Devin wanted to fight Lomachenko when Loma had the belt? I mean, come on, man. It's not.
So you think that Devin Haney is the reason that Lomachenko took the franchise belt?
Yeah, literally is the reason why, because we all know for
even though he was not, even though he was not as mandatory.
He was as mandatory, I believe. I could be wrong. I said I think he was mandatory.
He was not as mandatory, and I'm going to tell you why he was not as mandatory. The WBC belt was held by Mikey Garcia, and Mikey Garcia.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Mikey Garcia's mandatory was going to be Luke Campbell. So Luke Campbell, that's why Luke Campbell got the shot at the belt. And then the WBC, who is the you don't have to like what the WBC does, but that's what the WBC does. The WBC gave Lomachenko the fight. So there was no mandatory that was going to be due for Lomachenko, whether he got the franchise belt or not. And Bob Arum said that he was going to get that he wanted wanted Lomachenko to get the franchise belt before the fight with Luke Campbell was even set. And then why, if he was so scared of him, then why did he fight him later?
That's a good question. I wonder why. So, but either way.
Kamal. I mean, I'm sorry. I miss Kamal, and you're doing a great job of Kamal. But go ahead, bro.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just having fun.
You got a great point, man. I understand where you're coming from. Good. Finish up what you're saying. My bad. I don't want to cut you off anymore.
It's okay. I gotta actually go, so I'll make this real quick. The point of the matter here is that the bottom line is that, again, when Devin was scheduled to face against George Kambosos, it was actually supposed to be Tio, but Tio intentionally ducked him because he not outminute. Because remember, Champside had a video, actually had a sound bite where he basically said that the WBC and the rest of the sanctioning bodies are planning to ice him out, and they're going to make Tio Lopez the champion, the undisputed champion, 135. But he pretty much spilled the beans, and then after that is when we had the whole George Kambosos situation in which Kambosos beat Tio Lopez. I wish that it would have been Tio.
You realize that Teofimo Lopez, that George Kambosos was the mandatory for Teofimo Lopez before he fought Lomachenko.
Right. I remember that. That's correct. You're right about that one. But that's my point. But the thing is that I don't agree that he's privileged. He had to work. He basically earned what he got through his way. But I think, but hold on, time out. I'm not going to compare it to Errol or Deontay Wilder because they're both different categories and they both had their paths to get there. Which I will tell you that Spence's road was much more difficult. So you're not. I'm not going to argue with you with that. So
there you go. I appreciate you, brother.
But listen, I'm always going to come over here and put my foot down on a lot of the people in the chat that say that Devin Haney got it the easy way. I'm not going to let y'all get away with that. So, but I'm not doing it viciously. I'm just doing it to correct. That's all.
Man, you do. You are good. You are my man. 100 grand, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not. It's and listen, people in the chat. Notice how I debated with Fanon and not went over the line with him. I just tried to pull up my points. He put up his points, and it's fine that we disagree, but it's not anything malicious. That's it.
And I greatly appreciate it, man. Greatly appreciate it. And it's always good to hear your voice, brother. It's always good to hear your voice. Mahari's been a supporter of the channel through thick and thin. So I'm always happy to see you, bro. Always have. You're a real dude, man. I'm really glad that I met you, man.
For sure. And I'll send you some videos of our Special Olympic flag football season. We actually won our state too, and we went to Carolina and beat their Carolina team out in North Carolina too. So I'm gonna send you some
football,
flag football.
Oh, okay, that's what's up, man. I thought you were just strictly basketball, man.
Yeah, but I was the quarterback, so I was actually doing a lot of touchdowns. But I'll send you some tape through Instagram, and I'll send you some pictures how we did. So, but yeah. But much love for that. I'm going to continue listening to the chat, but keep doing your thing, brother.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Get back, Mahari. Yeah, Mahari, my dude, man. That's my dude right there. Hold on one second. Let me see something. Okay, I got that. Real quick. Thank you for the $2 holler from my guy. Los in the building said, might be harder to illegally stream on Amazon. Oh, would it be? I hope so. Honestly, man, I ain't gonna lie though. I want some of this. I think I want some of this money out of boxing. Have a bunch of pay-per-view numbers go up on Amazon. Thank you, brother. Yeah, Amazon. If I would suspect that it would probably be the most difficult to do that for them to steal it there off Amazon. But I don't know, man. I'm not an expert on stealing fights because I don't steal fights. He smoked you, my dude. You cool too for 9. Just smoked you. Fuck you talking about, clown? What? He smoked me. Here's a link. Smoke me on what? Here's the link. So you can explain to me how I got smoked. You're tripping. Mahari's my guy, bro, but I didn't get smoked. My argument was, sir, that Devin Haney is not the most ducked fighter in boxing. Oh, okay, he's saying you smoked him. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Sorry. No disrespect intended to you. I'm stuck on fight. Oh, thank you, Duke Peoples. Sorry, bro. I got to get better with this, man. I'm trying to make improvements in my life, man. I swear I am. I'm trying to make improvements in my life. Hold on one second. Fanon was about to get. Hey, dog. Seriously, man. I so much enjoy this, man. I can't lie, dog. I really enjoy it. I enjoy going back and forth with you guys. I do. Hold on one second. No, I got to click this go button. For now, I got that itchy trigger finger. Yeah, I do. But because people don't debate with me anymore. People used to get brave, but they don't get brave anymore. But I got such affection. He said the thing I love about Fanon, he gonna shoot first and ask questions later. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am, dog. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I'm trying to tell you that's why I don't get no weapons, dog. Seriously. Because I'm definitely gonna shoot first and ask questions later. Dude, Devin is not hard. Devin is not hard pressed. Yeah, you know my guy, Harry, man. You my guy. Devin Haney is not hard pressed. When y'all pull out your Devin Haney, I am highly offended when you pull out Devin Haney's violins. Okay? You might as well be pulling out, in my book, you might as well be pulling out, now, dude having a heart attack with Bronny James. Hey, man, I hope he gets well. I don't know if he had a heart attack or if it was cardiac arrest. Man, seriously, man, I wouldn't want to say anything bad about that kid. He's obviously a very, very good basketball player, a talented basketball player. But, dog, him taking a college scholarship is just, you might as well definitely make college professional then if you give him a scholarship. Because there's no need. There's no need. I'm seriously, man, him playing college basketball, for me, is like taking food out of a hungry kid's mouth, in my opinion. Like I'm sorry, man, your father's a billionaire. You don't deserve it. We're not going to give you a contract. We're not going to give you a scholarship. We're not going to give you a scholarship, bro. All right? You're going to have to definitely pay your way through this. Tell your daddy to write a check. Okay? Yeah, you want to come here, write the check. So maybe LeBron James already let it be known. What's going on? Hold on, watch this real quick. Rick Glazier was right. You were wrong. What was I wrong about? Coward. No words. What was I wrong about? I was right and Rick Glazier was wrong. But you don't have anything to say, huh? Like I thought. Ray Davis in the building. What's going on, man?
What's going on, Fanon? What is up with this clown, man? Why he got to come in here? See, they mix things up here. So they keep saying Showtime now, right? But they were always saying PBC was going out of business. PBC didn't go out of business. So why do they keep saying that? They keep trying to throw it into the narrative and twist it up into their words so they can say that they're correct about stuff. They just whack. My thing is, I wanted to ask you, do you see the size of little Bill? My bad. You see the size of that dude, man? They got him listed at 5'8" with Regis at 5'8". And when they matched up yesterday, man, I said, yo, Devin looked like he should be fighting at 145, 147, 154. He's a big dude, man. And the snack ain't no joke, yeah.
I thought he looked chubby.
He's in shape. He's in shape.
Look, to me, his face looks so full, but maybe it's just the face looking so full.
I think he just got a small. Again, he looked like Little Bill. He got that little neck, and I just think that don't help. That don't help his look. And then he do got a chunky face though. But yeah, that was a crazy matchup. I just wish that they would have not entertained the fitness coach over there. They were entertaining him too much, giving him too much, credence and letting him have the mic too much instead of just chilling out and relaxing and just, ignoring the noise. Because sometimes you got to ignore that stuff. I mean, you're going to sell the fight with the fighter. Don't sell the fight with some dude that nobody really knows about and is not really the trainer. Because all y'all doing is just going back and forth, and y'all making us, one as people, our people, making us look bad and ignorant when you do stuff like that. You know what I mean? I think Bill tried to wheel it around and try to get it back, but then Devin got into his little, he's 24, his little immaturity stage and started going at dude. That was nonsense. But aside from that, man, I just want to say, PBC going to do their thing. Rather they go to Black Prime,
Black Prime,
Amazon, they go to NBC, or they go to Dazn. Whatever they're going to do, they're going to rise and they're going to take over as they always do, because they got the stable. They got the stable. They don't put prospects out there to just be beating up each other, and a prospect versus a aged boxer that's 1-54. You know what I mean? Keyshawn Davis, but nobody's saying names. You know what I mean? We don't do that over there at the PBC. We like the fights that they give and they deliver. So, as long as they keep just doing their dues and bringing in the fights, we'll be all right. On that note, Fanon, I just wanted to say I did send you the link on your Instagram. Check your mailbox for me. about the cameras that set
Oh, I
up.
saw it. Thank
you. Yeah. It's a microphone set that just came out for that too. So we're going I'm gonna send you that too because it's ill. It's ill. For real. That's my
you.
dog
Think
over here.
It's better than the Rebel?
Man, 10 times. The Rebel don't even exist anymore. They all mirrorless now. But the one I sent you was dope. I don't know what Rebel. The Rebel's crop sensor, so yeah, it'd be better. Yes.
I got Rebel EOS
Yeah.
Rebels SL3.
Oh, okay. You got so you got a T3. No problem. Yeah, it'd be much better than that.
Okay, in clarity and everything.
Everything. You're getting 4K. 4K. You can't go wrong.
4K more than the screen size. I thought 4K.
No, it's quality. Your quality goes up. I think it records in 8K and you downgrade it to sample 120 4K. So if somebody slows it down, it's still sharp. You know how they speed up and slow down videos? It still gives you the sharpness and it just gives you everything here. I'm gonna get off because my dog in here wilding.
All right,
your
bro.
dogs do.
I gotta talk to you, so maybe you can help me do my settings because
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
And that's not. I'm gonna buy that. I'm definitely gonna buy that.
I'm gonna send you everything. I'm gonna send you the whole setup. And
okay, cool.
Like it. What lens
are
you using now? Are you using the kit lens, the 18 to 55?
I'm the one that comes by. It's a Canon zoom lens,
18 to 55.
18 to 55. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do better than that.
Oh, for real? Dope.
Yeah. We got you.
That camera shit gives me a headache. Like, just read through that shit.
Absolutely.
Okay, dope. All right, man. So I'm gonna try to get that. I'm probably gonna get that this week.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna set you up. All right.
Get that. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the knowledge.
Man. All right. No doubt. Later.
Yeah, man. I need that. Y'all know these all these K's now crazy. What you talking about? Devin got a face like Chicago mascot Benny the Bull. Look, I see y'all just need to be, dude. First of all, I fucks with Regis Prograis. I got to tell you something. I got to be honest. I fucks with Regis Prograis. I like Regis Prograis. Okay. I like Devin Haney too. But dog, look, man, I got to ride with New Orleans, man. I got to ride with New Orleans. That's my second city, man. That's my second home, dog. That's my second home. What's going on to my guy upper echelon in the building?
What's going on, Martin? Give me 1 second so I can mute you in the background.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. King, hey, man, you welcome back to the channel, King. You ain't got to hide no more. Hold on 1 second. Let me do something, man. Look, King, I like talking to you, man. All is forgiven, bro. If you want to come up and talk, come talk. I won't even be irritated at you, man. It's okay. You don't got to keep doing these little. You don't have to sneak around, bro. You can hit the link, say what's up, try to rub it in my face that Rick Glazier was right, which he wasn't. Rick Glazier was wrong. Rick Glazier was dead wrong. It just happened to be that later on something happened that you try to claim credit for. But go ahead, man.
Oh yeah, I had to cut you down off the big screen, but you prime time in my house, Martin.
Hey, thank you, man. I need that. I need to be at somewhere.
All right, how you doing today, sir?
Man, I'm good, man. I'm good. I can't complain, man. I'm blessed. I feel favored, blessed and highly favored. Life is good.
Yeah, these PBC detractor troglodyte people, they'll tell you something like, if you throw a rock, that means a rock gonna fall down the mountain, fall off the cliff, and eventually it's gonna hit somebody. So all over the world, if that happens somewhere, if we have a mudslide or something, they was right. So they equate Showtime with PVC. But what they don't realize is PVC is so much more. PVC is Fox. PVC is CBS. PVC is a well-rounded ecosystem of money. Al Heyman's name is behind this. And when you talk about Al, his name is not Al Heyman. Al Heyman is short for all. It's all. Because he's getting all the money. That's what Al Heyman's doing. He's getting all the money. They just take an L off of it. That's his name abbreviated. And you better believe that he has a nice plan brewing. It's all about money. And that's all they do. Al ain't just started this right here. And what the PBC has cooking up with with whatever they got cooking up with. People don't realize the PBC. If y'all go back and look, the PBC has raked in over 4 million pay-per-view buys this year, just about. I think they're like 3.5 million. They got 1.4 with Tank. They got 700 with Terrence, 700 with Canelo. They got a few 100,000 with Caleb Plant and them, and they're not done. And see, people don't realize that's a lot of revenue. Not to mention the sponsors. So if Showtime drops down, guess what? They got 3 or 4 people that's beating down the door to come take their place. And with Amazon doing a strong arm takeover of ESPN, that's going to also put them on a different platform, a different umbrella. And they say Showtime only wants to move forward with the pay-per-view fight. That works even better. They got ESPN, a platform that's going to be on the Amazon. You know, they like to put the daily content out. That's more exposure for PBC fighters. That's over 1 billion people platform. And Showtime can still keep the pay-per-view, but guess what? Now they have an entity to market the pay-per-view fights overseas. So that's more money that they get instead of leasing the fights out to the Zone or Top Rank or something like that. Now that's more revenue coming in. You don't have to wholesale your pay-per-view buys. Like, people think too small. And that's the problem with the world. They don't have a vision that separates visionaries, millionaires, and business owners from people that sit there and sit at home typing on the keyboard and criticizing. That's what separates content creators like you, Martin, from content creators that don't have 1,000 subscribers. I mean, it's about the vision. It's about the wherewithal. It's about that you know where you're going, and you know the journey. It's about the journey to get there, and y'all put in the work for it. Everything wasn't done overnight, and PBC wasn't built overnight, but they made that bread overnight, especially this year. This has been a win-win year for PBC. They've been in the green this year, and I think I seen something in the Forbes, like I think they're like plus 400 or 500% this year. Like, that is good right there, especially for a corporation, and especially coming off we're in an inflated society that's going through a depression. Like, money is scarce and the price is high. We're in inflation right now, and they still are managing to rake in money through this type of environment. So think about what type of environment if everything was all hunky-dory. So people got to understand, PBC here to stay. I just wish that they'd make the fighters more accessible like we used to, because if we go back to the other days, it had to be a super fight to be on pay-per-view. I mean, like Roy Jones and James Toney was HBO. I mean, you know, fights like that was on HBO. That wasn't pay-per-view. So, you know, a lot of these pay-per-view fights shouldn't be pay-per-view, but I pay for it. And yeah, one more thing. I seen Devin Haney versus Regis Prograis, that face-off, but they got real heated. It got real nasty, and that's the type of stuff I like to see right there. Now, if Errol and Crawford would have got real nasty like that, it would have been a good day right there. But Regis, he's coming into the fight, the smaller guy, the underdog. Devin's a big boy. And like I tell people yesterday, I said Devin is not going to be at the 140 division for too much longer because he's getting older. His body's maturing the way Shakur. Ain't Shakur like a year older than Devin? The same way Shakur went with 126 to 130 to 135. I think that's how Devin's going to bypass the 140 the same way Shakur was only able to stay in the 130 for a couple fights because he's getting older and his body is big. The man was over 170 pounds after the Loma fight. 140, he's not going to be the last that long. But peace and blessings, Martin. And yeah, one more thing before I go. The guy that said Devin didn't get it the easy way, man, that thing was easier than a Sunday morning, man. What are you talking about? And I'm out. Peace and blessings.
Oh, man, I was supposed to get coffee, man.
Oh, okay. Well, hold up.
Hey, man, yeah, dog, sell your channel. Man, look, sell your channel, man. Talk for a second. Let me get another coffee because I got to stay. I'm going to stay on here for a while today. So I need to put another copy on it. Come on, man. I messed up because T Orlando out here talking about I got money. Man, I'm tired of this rich Negro talking to me about
look, if you can count it, you ain't got enough. If you can count it, you ain't got enough.
Man, let me put it this way, dog. I can count it. I can count it on one hand. Let me see.
Oh yeah, I count mine on 2 fingers.
Now I can count my shit on one hand. I may be talking about in tens, but That may be going into places. Dog, I ain't like you, dog. I know you. I know
He
what
got
you
that he got that movie contract money.
Man, let me tell you, he got that. I'm
That
sitting here and you gonna pay me. Let me tell you what T. Orlando do. T. Orlando was sitting here thinking you got to pay me $250 to talk to me.
Exactly. I had a lawyer like T. Orlando. It took me 10,000 just to get him to look at to read the top line of my paper.
Even to talk to you with his Ivy School at
it took 10,000 just to get him to read the top line of my paperwork. My name cost me 10,000.
T. Orlando said Fanon affords expensive Howard tuition. Fanon was on there on a scholarship, homie. He after the first year, believe it. I couldn't afford that shit. He said $250. Nah, $450. I know you getting 250 is what you getting, partner. Hey, if they getting $450, what you getting to that $450? He's like, she $450, dog. Don't do me dirty. I told you,
sir.
It's gonna cost you it's gonna cost you a couple grands to breathe at him. Hey,
I told you I had a lawyer just like him that cost me 10,000 just to read my name. We ain't even get into the deposition. We didn't even get to the smoke of the situation. It's just to read my name. And just because it said Fed behind it cost me 10 bands. But hey, how's everybody doing today? Today at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm gonna be going live again. And peace and blessings, y'all. And we like to talk that real good box talk over here. I mean, we're not as established as Fanon, but we do our thing over there. And we call balls and strikes. Even though we got our biasness, we don't let our biasness affect our judgment. But yeah. Like I said, this weekend we seen a lot of stuff out of Tim Tszyu. And honestly, if you go back and watch, I feel like the bigger punches like Ramos or Charlo would destroy that man in that thing, because if you notice after the first 4 rounds, Tim Tszyu had to get nasty. He had to get dirty because he got frustrated. The man was outspeeding him, outboxing him. We sat there and watched the homicide go down in there because the man was sitting there getting mauled. We seen him get mauled in that ring, and they allowed it. And see, that's what we was talking about. That's why Floyd was talking about not giving Inoue his credit till they fight over here. Because outside of boxing, boxing may have developed over there in England and stuff, but until they get over here to the Vegas, till they get over here, you really can't put no stock into it because their rules are held different. A lot of them is on the good stuff. Like Inoue, when he started fighting over here on a regular basis, or Tyson Fury can't even fight over here no more. I think he's banned from fighting over here. But Inoue, when he started fighting over here, Tim Tszyu, when he started fighting over here, when they stop having the home court advantage, then we'll see what type of fighter these fighters are. But until then, these fighters are okay and borderline decent at best. But until you fight over here without your home court advantage, we really can't see your true potential. AJ, when he fought over here for the first time, I think Andy Ruiz stopped him. So like, it's a big deal when you have that home court advantage, when you got people screaming your name until you get on a neutral playing field, because that pressure busts pipes, and a lot of people can't handle that pressure when you have people booing at you and all this, and you're not the favorite and you're not the hometown fan and you coming out second, or if you got people going against you, that messes with some people's sight. Some people are used to being the favorite, and when they're not the favorite, it brings their disposition down a lot lower and they can't function as well. But like I said, when you start fighting the USA, that's when you can really test your mettle. You can start moving up in the ranks. But peace and blessings for now. You back. I'm about to go back and watch it on the big screen because this phone's small. I mean, it's an iPhone, but it's small. And I got bad eyesight. I like to watch it on big and live. Peace and blessings.
All right, brother. Get back with you. Thank you, man. I appreciate you coming on, man. Nate Dogg. Oh, so I forgot why they banned Tyson Fury. He's on that. He's associated with Daniel Kinahan, a reputed or an accused, a guy accused of a lot of crimes in the UK and worldwide. I want Haney to be great, but at 140. But what's going on, Zulu Line? I want Haney to be great at 140, but Regis is close to home. If that coach doesn't suck, speak up. The will moon Regis. Devin is a challenger, not the champ. and they better get that out early. Well, look, man, Devin Haney's going to get the decision in that fight. If he doesn't get knocked out, he's going to get the decision. He's associated with Buzz Capo. Yeah, you're funny. Ox Steel, what's up? What is it? Oh, the son of Ogre. What? Hey, yeah. But look, man, it is what it is, man. I like me personally. I mean, it's from New Orleans, so I got to ride with New Orleans. That's my second city, short of Chicago. You know, second after Chicago, New Orleans is it for me. Oh yeah, Nate Dogg, please hold on one second. All right, Nate Dogg, please. Oh, hold on, Nate. This shit been around for a minute. What? Oh, what? Oh, okay. Okay, I'll ride with you on that one, D1. I'll take the chance, bro. What's going on so deep? Hold on, man. Make sure. Let me go back here and do this. Yeah, sorry, man. I got my niece's dogs in the house with me, so my nose is gonna be all kind of jacked up. There you go. Hey, man, it was good to see Terry Schmoot back on the channel yesterday too. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Nate Dogg 1. Who would lie about that? Man, this one is those fights. I'm 52 for Regis, 49 for Devin. Look, man, I'm big time. I just can't lie, dog. I'm not gonna lie to you. I root for Regis Prograis because he's from the city of New Orleans. And I had him on my channel a long time ago. Use a clothespin for now. What do you mean use a clothespin? What do you mean? Use a clothespin on my nose? Let me tell you something. Let me share you my thoughts about this channel. If you are super sensitive about mistakes, man, dog, that's not real life. This is real life. This is not a highly produced show on Showtime or ESPN. This is not a highly produced show. So if I have to blow my nose, which I do right now, the most you're going to get out of me is this. That's the most you're going to get out of me. If I do a video and I can't remember something, I'm not going to edit my video, stop it, go record it. I'm not going to do all of that. Okay? I'm just going to tell you, I'm not going to do all that. Because this is a conversation between me and you. It's okay, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. Bud making people apologize for picking against them. What does anybody owe a Bud an apology for? Anybody owe nobody Bud nothing? No apology for what? Look, man, cats got to get mad at me because I do Terrence Crawford videos. I'm going to keep doing Terrence Crawford videos. Because as long as Terrence Crawford's a fighter, that's not hate. That's me talking about boxing. I never wore a mask. Oh, yeah, I used to wear the mask, but I caught COVID 2 times. So it's your show, champ. Thank you, R Strokes. I appreciate you, man. Plus, I mean, I just don't like petty people. I don't like nitpicking people, and I'm very stubborn. So, you know, kind of like my son is very stubborn. He refused to do a lot of stuff that I tell him because he doesn't like me nitpicking him. I can understand. However, I understand, but if you got a goal, you got to do what you got to do to get to that goal. I use that Savage nose flusher for my allergies. It's the truth. Okay, I might do that, man. Unfortunately, right now, they got these dogs in the house, and I mean, I'm not severely allergic, but definitely allergic. I got the vaccine, still got COVID, all that. Yes, yeah, I did too. I had COVID and I got the vax. I had COVID, then I got the vaccine, then I got COVID again. I'm not doing it again. And my doctor was like, do one more booster, but after that, no, dude, after this, if you tell me to get one more booster, but then I'm gonna take my chances. They're not getting that out of me no more, bro. I'm not doing that shit no more. What? Oh crap, that shit wasn't even done. I do. It's not a humid. I got an air purifier. I'm just not running it right now. See that little white box right there? Stone Alone in the building says salute and good morning, Fanon in the chat. Good morning to you, bro. It's been proven that doesn't work. Many countries have already banned it. Oh, that it doesn't work. Yeah, I'm not messing with that stuff, man. I don't do seriously. I'm really disheartened with the United States right now. I'm very disheartened. Very disheartened. More so than usual. More so than usual. It is way too corporate. It is way too corporate. Fanon, you want Regis to win, but who do you think will win? I already told you I think that Regis will win. Because it's going to go to a decision and Regis is probably going to win. I mean, Devin Haney is probably going to win. That's what I think. Because he has to fight. He has to fight in Devin's hometown. He has to fight in Devin's hometown. No, I'm not happy with that, man. I mean, he's the champion. He's got to go on the road. I mean, literally, like saying that somebody's not privileged, but they get a championship fight in their own hometown. They get to fight in their hometown for somebody else's belt. That's not privilege. I think that is. The vaccine doesn't prevent COVID. It minimizes the damages it causes. I thought vaccines were supposed to prevent you from getting it. But whatever, I've had enough of the antibodies in my body that I'm done. I'm not getting any more. Snack works as they still haven't been able to Daniel Kinahan. Oh, sorry. Even after that bad decision against Lomachenko, dude, if you can win a decision over Lomachenko, I think you're going to get the decision. Oh, and I definitely give more credence to him having lost a fight and having it overturned. I do. I give more credence to it. Now that I understand what he was saying. They're not saying that they erased the loss like the fight doesn't exist. They're saying that the fight that he had originally lost the fight and they appealed it and they had the decision overturned. And the decision went to the other guy. Without a doubt, that's possible. Without a doubt, that's possible. That may have happened just off of them trying to stick him up for some money. Oh, I understand. It's like giving it a head start. Thank you, Zenith. Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know. I thought, but thank you. They changed the definition of vaccine. Yeah, okay. Well, basically, vaccine, I know that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to give you the antibodies in your system, and then your system is able to fight it off quickly, right? Because you can catch it, but you're not going to it's going to lessen the symptoms or it'll prevent the symptoms. I don't know. I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't know. So I'll take you at your word. Your word is good with me, Zenith. Your word is good for me. Hey, thank you for the few people that supported today. It really is important to the channel. Thank you for your super chats. Thank you for your cash apps. Thank y'all for chopping it up with me today. I really appreciate it, man. Noop, I appreciate your dedication. You should have taken the day off. You sound like a sinus is serious. No, it's not. I just acted up because I just walked into the other room. No, I do not get a flu shot. I'll catch the flu. I'm not doing that shit. No. I don't trust medicine. I don't trust these people. No, I get off medication as fast as I can. I'd rather be sick for a little while. I got polio vaccines, shingle vaccines, all the other stuff, the stuff that'll kill you. I got the shots for the stuff that'll kill you. If it's just going to make me sick for a couple days, I'll go through it. King of Kings, I went to Simeon. You went to Simeon? Oh, that's what's up. Simeon versus King back in the day. That was the big thing. And a very kid boy. Oh. Excuse me. I really do think I gotta tell my niece next time no on the dogs. I think I have to tell her no. It's hard for me to tell my niece no, but I think I'm gonna have to tell her no next time. It's allergies. These allergies are sticking me up half the day. I'll be back in the super chat once my hours get back. It's been 2 months under 30. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Oh, you went to Harlan? Okay, that's what's up. Savage Killer. For non-allergic to the bullshit. Oh, yeah, I am, dog. I am thoroughly allergic to the bullshit now. Thoroughly allergic to I got all kind of catch the nonsense on the bullshit, on the BS. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Hot baths and hot teas. Seriously, my allergies it flares up like immediately. It's upon contact, bro. It happens on contact. Hey, much love. Upper Echelon said pre-Thursday. Thank you, brother. Dog, look, I understand, man. Thank y'all for your support. You said I started training again, started fight training again. Can't move my arms today from 20 sets of shadow boxing yesterday. Allergies to dogs, yes, absolutely. PBC also has deals done according to those who close to them. This is not an overnight thing. Yeah, the deal, they already know who they're going to. Real talk, Mr. Fernand. It happens on contact immediately. It happens to me immediately. As soon as I walk by these dogs, it starts hitting me. But whatever, man. It is what it is, dog. Got to pay the paw. You know, I'm so used to allergies that it's just all it is it's this inconvenience that I got to do this. I've had this so much in my life that my wife used to be like, why don't you use tissues? Like, man, I'm not wasting paper on that. You know, you use a paper. I'll go through a whole box. I reserve myself a washcloth. Washcloths are easier on your nose. They're easier on your nose. They're more absorbent. And you throw them in the washing machine and you can use them again. That's how used to it I am. Cats too? Yeah, cats too. Cats, grass, cats, dogs, and grass. My mother was a smoker. Mr. Sosa said, hey, oh, you did that twice, brother. Thank you. Said pre-Thursday. Thank you, sir. He said, Fanon, you got that right. The best treatment for your allergies is telling your white niece no. Yep. It's tough, though. I love my niecey. I love my niece. That's my girl. She and I had our tough relationship when she's a little baby. But after we had like a bonding moment, she's like, that's my girl right there. That's my girl. That's my girl. I can't tell it's tough for me to tell my nieces and nephews no about anything. I love my nieces and nephews. So it's always yes. It's always yes to them. And they know it. It's hard for me to say no to my kids, too. I don't really say no to my kids a lot either. I'm super sad about Showtime. I didn't know anything else. Hey, look, I'm not sad. I mean, it feels like a hole. It definitely and I saw it. He said back in the day, you took your handkerchief out your back pocket and used it all day long. Exactly. So there I go. I ain't no way in the world I'm doing that. Now you miserable human beings, though, Oh, okay. Sorry about. Hey, thank you, upper echelon. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's definitely like a friend passed or something. Yeah, it's that feeling. But here's the thing, man. Over time, more good things happen than bad. Way more good things happen than bad. Especially when you consider anything good something that's not bad. Way more things in life are good than are bad. And if you focus on the good things and if you focus on the possibilities that could come, Fanon, what happens to the daily who Fanon looks like Boris Kojo? Thank you. I appreciate that I look like Boris Kojo. I'm going to look more like Boris Kojo when I get this fat, the rest of this fat up off me, though. Then I'm going to be dashingly handsome. Hey, thank you, Stone Alone. Says Slew Fanon, good morning, and the chat. Yes, sir, my guy, Stone Alone. I don't think DAZN can. They're not going to go to DAZN. They're not going to go to DAZN because they're not going to be working. They're not going to work with Eddie Hearn as a promoter, so they're not going to do that. I don't think that the business model works on DAZN. I don't think it works, and I don't think they can capitalize. They don't have the fighters. Hey, Freaking Fire said, don't tell your niece no, Fanon. Get those blessings for your good. A little season won't hurt. Yeah, that's how I feel, man. Oh, thank you, Herman. Thank you, Herman. Yeah, I probably should because it does chafe around the edges. No, I hope we know. Oh, you're going to know soon. You're going to know soon because they got fights coming up. They got fights coming up, so you're going to know. But look, man, good things happen. I mean, I kind of like it took a long time. Dashingly handsome. Yeah, damn right. I'm going to be dashing. You know what I mean? Dashingly handsome. Damn, you know what it is. Be back to the old me, bro. I'm serious, man. I'm getting out of high school weight. I see pictures of myself. Other than all the fact that my eyebrows were so thick, I think to myself, damn, I was a good-looking kid. I should have been more confident. So I'm about to get this. I'm about to get all this weight off me, man. I'm sick of this shit. I'm telling you, bro. I put some clothes on yesterday, and they all fit so nicely. All fit so nicely. And I thought to myself, you know what? These things about to be really baggy on me because I'm getting this shit all the way off me. I mean, no joke. I'm going to be I am going to be well underneath 200 pounds. Nah, bro. I won't. Nah, dude. I got my wife, man. Nah, I'm cool. I don't need Stacey Dash. I got my wife. I'm straight. I'm straight on my wife, dog. I'm straight. On pretty women, I'm straight on my wife. I'm cool. You know what I mean? There's always pretty women out there. There's always pretty women out there. But I got me one, so I'm happy with that. I'm happy. Y'all can have the other ones. Hayward Adams said, top of the morning, bro. Top of the morning to you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you can add the rest of them. Let me click this link, though, man. We don't get nobody arguing. Y'all, come on, man. Somebody ain't going to tell me how terrible, how the PBC is now going to shut down, how the PBC is not going to recover from this, and how it's all the PBC's fault. And then if they would have just been like Top Rank, that Showtime, that Bellator wouldn't have lost their contract. David Williams said, Fanon, I'm 190 and 5'7". Are you sure you want to lose that much weight? Yes, I do. Absolutely, positively, I do. I'm not a big guy. I should be weighing somewhere around 180. I'm not a big guy. I'm a tall guy, you know, but I shouldn't be. No, I want to get rid of all this shit. I got my weight down to 200 pounds before, and I knew I still needed to get some off. At 200 pounds, I needed to get it off. Yeah, nah, dog. I need to be somewhere around $185. $180. $180, I'll be happy at $180. $180, I'll be like, all right, no need to do anything else. What's up, Chillville in the building? What's up, man? What's going on, Terrence Crawford, man? Team Crawford. What's up, Team Crawford? Yeah, I don't need it. I don't need to be anything over $180, 185. What the hell? Boxing world is going crazy, man. Look, this is the same thing that's been happening. Upper echelon, I'm 6'3", 266. I'm trying to get back to 205. Wow. Yeah, you're a bigger guy than me. I'm not 6'3". I'm 6'2". Just about 6'2", a shade under 6'2". Bud beat Spence so bad, Showtime retired. Nah, that's the curse of Bud, bro. I'm telling you, Bud, wherever Bud goes, failure follows. Wherever Bud goes, failure follows, dog. I don't know what you... Now, see, that's hating. I'm just joking. I dropped 60 pounds with a no-sugar diet. Gives you a headache if you do it wrong, though. Yeah, it can because it can lower your blood pressure. Yeah, dog. As soon as Bud shows up, the network shuts down. They should have never got Bud, bro. They should have never got Bud. They should have said, let Bud stay over there by Top Rank. I'm 5'10", 256, trying to get down to 219, military weight. Yeah, you're a bigger guy. I can tell you're a bigger guy than me. Exactly, man. So the misery never ends, bro. Except in that ring, you got that right, because that dude can definitely fight, bro. He can definitely fight. You ain't lied about it. You ain't telling no lies on that one, dog. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I got to make some money. Got to do something for some money. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. All right. A rematch. I haven't even thought about that since Showtime's done. Where does that leave them? I don't know where it leaves them. You were reading my mind, though. I don't know where it leaves. It leaves them fighting on another network or going to court. But if it leaves them fighting on another network, bro. That's where it leaves them. They're not going to get out of that, bro. They're not going to get out of that. Unless he wants to spend a lot of time in court. And court is a weakness of Terrence Crawford's. He's too cheap. He's not going to want to spend all that money. What do you think about Devin fight that's coming up? I mean, I'm looking forward to the fight. I'm looking forward to the fight. Honestly, man, I think Devin will win the fight. Regis Prograis didn't look that good in his last fight, and I think that's why Devin Haney picked that fight. I do think Devin needs to drop them damn belts, though, at 135, bro. I do think that. I think Devin needs to drop those belts. Fanon, what if this is all the fallout of letting Bud stall the whole second half of Showtime sports programming? I don't think that's fair. I wouldn't put that. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that that's the case. Man, Zenith 360 with the big orange in the building. Thank you, brother. Appreciate your support, man. Giganticron said, hey, Paramount closing the entire sports division, documentaries up in smoke, other live streams, other sports, Bellator and Showbox. None of these are associated with the PBC. It's not about boxing or it's more of a Paramount CBS Viacom dispute. Yeah, dude, let me go on what Zenith 360 has to say. Or Zenith has to say. Look, man, these guys, it also has to do with the internal politics of the organization because they want money for their things. They want more money for the things that they're doing. And if you listen to what the person said, they said, look, it's about our resources and us, we're going to redirect this money over there. So it's not just about them not wanting to do boxing and this, it's also them wanting to use that money for somebody else. They want more scripted materials. Also, you know, it could have something to do with. It could also do with probably their increased cost of production for scripted materials, because there was a settlement of the Writers Association. What is it called? You know, the what's the name of that? They had the you have the Actors Guild, the Screen Actors Guild, SAG, and then you also have the Writers Guild. Well, the Writers Guild just came up with I don't know who they are on strike with or whatever, but they had that strike, and that strike is going to increase the cost of production for scripted materials. So since the money that they're going to pay have to come from somebody. So what are they going to do? Well, it's going to cost us more money. We got to find that money from somewhere. So they cut boxing and they cut Bellator. So they're not only could it be related to they're saying, okay, we want certain metrics to be met. It could also be done with the fact that their production costs just went up because the Screen Actors Guild they just settled something with the Screen Actors Guild, and also, the Screenwriters Guild. And after that, they're also now going to have another one that's going to come up. They're going to have to pay the actors more money. So now for Paramount Plus, who definitely is responsible for movies, their costs just went up. So that hits live sports. Greedy ass, sorry ass actors. Jeffrey Brooks in the building. What's up, Jeffrey Brooks? How can I help you, sir?
What's going on?
Chilling, brother. How can I help you, man? What's on your
man?
mind?
Oh, nothing much, man. Hey, I know it's a different show, different day and everything, but I wanted to touch bases with you from yesterday. I want you to know I did my homework when what we were talking about.
Be careful about that homework, dog. But go ahead.
I went back and did, which I done seen the fight plenty of times anyway, but I had to go back just to see exactly what everybody was talking about, first with the busted gloves before the fight started. Right. Now, it's two things I noticed that happened, and I noticed two things that I didn't notice. I didn't notice the gloves was busted before the fight started. I didn't notice that. And that kind of explained why the referee examined the gloves before the fight started, and then she gave him the green light to go ahead and start the fight. So I'm guessing that she didn't see notice the gloves was busted neither until when she did notice the gloves busted. She did pause the fight, and then she went to the judges with it. You know what I'm saying? So, but I do notice the gloves did look funny. They didn't look right. I don't know if I don't know if it was the padding didn't look right in the gloves or whatever, but that's a big difference of the gloves being busted and the padding don't look right. That's a huge difference. You know what I'm saying? The padding didn't look right. I can't say that the gloves didn't look right. So I mean, far as that's a huge difference from if Bud noticed the gloves had a rip in it, and then he continued to fight, and then it passed through inspection, and a fight went on that way, and the gloves was ripped the whole time. You know what I'm saying? That was my whole thing with that. You know what I'm saying? But I kind of was going with you with when you said the gloves was already busted. He knew they was busted, and he started fighting with that. I didn't know, so I kind of was going with that narrative yesterday. So I had to go back and look at the video. I said, "Oh no, those gloves wasn't busted before the fight started."
Yeah, they were.
I got good eye vision, unless you seen something I didn't.
Yes, they were.
I wish you could pull it up and we can watch that together.
Dude, you don't have to. It's in a picture. Hold on.
Oh, okay. The before picture, right?
And
hey, you right. I'll be the first. I give people.
No, it's not a question. They were.
I give people they credit when they win. Huh?
Excuse me. Terrence Crawford's own team said they did, but I'll show you. It's right here. It's right here. No need to guess. No need to do any of that. Fanon got you. You see this? Fanon International Boxing Channel got you. So let me very reluctantly put down this. Hold on one second.
I'm trying to see Zena's
oh man, hold on.
Super chat is in the way.
I'm gonna get you. Hold on, I'm gonna get you. Thank you. Hey man, thank you so much for seeing the 360. Let me get you.
Okay.
Where is it? We don't want this one.
Yeah, that's after the. That look like that's after the fight.
I'm just
right
looking
there.
I'm looking for it. Hold on. There. All right. So this is it. This is Terrence Crawford knocks out Avanesyan to retain the world title.
Okay.
You see that?
Yeah.
Look right there. Look right there on the tip of his thumb. That is already ripped. And that again, that's
huh?
Right there, brother. That is before,
this is before the fight, right?
Yeah.
This is before the fight, right?
Yes, look.
Let me see.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you how I know it's before the fight.
Okay.
He's got the robe on. You
Okay.
don't have a robe on. You don't have the robe on after the fight. The robe is already off.
I'm trying to see the cut. Where's the cut though?
Right there on his thumb. Right there on his thumb. Looking right at the tip of the green on his thumb and the red on the thumb. That's his like. That is a black rip right there. That's a black rip right there.
Okay, so the pattern should be white inside, right?
No, dude, that is a rip on the glove, dude. That black thing right there is a rip on the glove. That's a rip on the glove. That's a rip right there.
That is so hard to tell.
It's
right?
not hard to see at all. That shit is a big ass black mark right there. That's what the rip looks like in every other picture. That is a ripped glove right there. That thumb is ripped. That thumb is ripped. And matter of fact, I will even do you one more so everybody can see it.
Okay.
I'm not hating on Terrence Crawford, bro.
No, I'm not calling you a hater.
I'm moving even closer. Look. I'm gonna move over. I'm gonna move it even closer. That right there, and this is the link. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. So if you want to see it for yourself, there it is. There's the link right there. That is a rip in his glove right there. And look, even there's a rip right at the top of his thumb, and there's also a rip. There's also a rip maybe 2 inches down from there where his thumb bends. Those are rips, bro.
I'm about to check the link out after I get off here with you because I'm on my phone. I've been left you trying to look at the link. But Okay, man. You say it.
Dude, that is a big ass rip, bro.
If you say so, man.
It's not if I say so. There's a big ass rip. And Bernie the boxer said there was a rip when he went in the ring. That's a rip on that damn glove walking into the room.
I didn't hear Bernie. I don't know. That it sound like Bernie said that he incriminating his own brother. If he said that, I didn't hear him say that. But I have heard he said that the manufacturer didn't make the glove right or something like that.
That shit, man. That shit is in a picture. Red Dead. First of all, you know it's him because he's standing there with his hand up like this with a robe on. That's before the fight.
Okay.
That's before the fight. Do I need to go show you a picture of him after when he actually won after the fight, getting out of the ring with no shirt on? Because how many times you see boxers walking out the ring and putting their shirt back on? They don't put their shit back on and everybody stand behind him in line like this with one hand up. That's what they do during the announcements, bro. You know damn well. You know damn well that's before the fight. And and he's got the glove on.
So so then how does the official look at the glove?
Hold on a second. Hold on, man. Stop acting confused.
What you mean?
You see the glove torn before the fight starts, and then several rounds later, you see it bust all the way open.
Watching the video, watching the fight. That's impossible to see watching the fight while the fight is going on, man. That damn glove is very barely noticeable on that picture. So during the fight, when there's movement going on, no, you're not going to notice no rip like that. That's my whole thing.
Excuse me. You use the word. Hold on. You use the word barely noticeable, right?
It's barely noticeable on the picture. So if it's live video footage,
it's noticeable. Barely noticeable means you notice it. It's there.
It's barely noticeable on the picture. The picture is barely noticeable. So if you watch it,
barely noticeable.
If you're going back to watch the fight, and you mean tell me, bam, you just gonna see? Oh, they go to rip right there.
It's in the picture.
Oh, it's in the picture. Yes, I know it's in the picture. I'm not saying it's not in the picture, but I'm saying if you're watching the fight, if you are going back to watch the whole fight, you mean tell me you're gonna notice that rip during the fight?
Who cares?
It's okay.
Who cares?
I'm just saying, but you talking about? I noticed. I noticed that. That's what I'm saying. No, there's no possible way of noticing that watching the fight.
Bro, you know the hole is in the glove. You see it.
Okay,
you know it's in the glove. You know it's there.
If that's a hole, if that's a hole, bro. If that's a hole,
big ass hole in the glove.
I'm not gonna say it's not. I'm not gonna say it's not. I'm not gonna say it is.
It is. You can see it. You can see it. It's right there. Come on, man. It's right there. Don't lie. Oh, come on, man.
I'm not lying at all. I'm saying you. I'm not saying you right, and I'm not saying you wrong. That's not me saying. I'm not denying. I'm not denying that. If I was lying, I would be denying you.
Hold on.
That's not lying.
Hold on. I hate doing this, bro. I hate doing this. I really and truly hate doing this. But I'm going to take a poll, bro. I'm going to take a poll. God dog, bro, that is such clearly a hole. And he is holding the belt up above it with a man holding the belt up behind his head. Not on his shoulder after the fight takes place. This right here is listen to me, man. I don't want to put you on mute. Come on, man.
I'm not cutting you off.
This right here is this man holding up the belt behind him with his shirt on, with his robe on. This is before the fight started. This man hasn't broken a sweat. He hasn't even broken a sweat. This is before the fight.
Okay.
Before the fight.
Okay.
This is blatantly a hole in his thumb.
Okay.
Hole right there. That's a hole right there.
Man, for one, from that view right there, unless you zoom that in, I am not going to see that, right? And obviously, the official didn't see it.
Is it there or is it not there?
Obviously, the referee didn't see it as well because she examined the gloves too before the fight, right?
It's there.
What you mean? What you mean? So that don't mean okay. So really, if the referee can see it, I can easily say okay, it wasn't there then.
Stop lying, bro. It's right there in your face.
Who got to lie to you, man? How am I lying? Because I'm saying from this view right here, it's hard to. I cannot see a hole.
Put a 1 in the chat. I'm sorry, bro. You are just so ridiculous on this, man. You my guy, for sure, you my guy. But on the real, bro, come on, get out of my, you gotta stop it. You gotta stop it, bro. That is just being patently unfair, bro. I'm gonna remove this one. And let me present this one. What is stop screen? What is this? Oh, stop screen. And then watch this. You're on mute, bro, because you're making me yell. So slow down for a second, brother. Just slow down for a second. Where the fuck is this? Dude, that is this right there. This right there is a rip in his glove. This is red. It goes to black. It goes to red. It goes to green. That is a rip right there on his thumb. That is a rip on his thumb. That is a rip. That is a rip on his thumb.
Okay.
Right there. Everybody can see. That is a tear on his glove.
Okay. So now that you showed me that,
Stop for a second, because I'm going to put your argument to rest. Nobody's arguing that the referee, the judge, the referee could have missed that. It does not. The fact that she missed it doesn't mean it's not there. It's there. This picture didn't miss it. And we're not talking about the referee. We're talking about whether or not he knowingly got in that ring with busted gloves. He did. He got in the ring with busted gloves. The busted glove is right there.
I'm not going to say what he knows.
And whether or not you heard,
I'm not going to say what he knows.
Excuse me. Whether or not you heard Bernie the Boxer say that the gloves busted in the back room or not, a lot of other people did. Bernie the Boxer said that the gloves had busted in the back of the ring. He said that.
Why are you getting yourself worked up?
Let me finish. I'm muting you.
Let
me finish. I'm going to mute you.
Oh, okay.
Number one, we know the gloves were busted, but Bernie the Boxer said that the gloves busted in the back room. And the reason he said it is because everybody knows that they busted wide open in the fight. There's a picture right there of his glove being busted when you are clearly before the fight starts. That picture right there is before the fight starts because he has his robe on. And the guy is holding up his belt in the air behind him when he's being announced to the crowd. So I don't care whether or not it was possible that somebody missed it or not. That's what you call a red herring. Or that's what you call just bringing up some shit to distract. You know the glove was busted because the picture's right there. You know it was busted before the fight because this picture was taken before the fight. You know that it was confirmed that it was busted before the fight because Bernie the Boxer said it on his podcast, and that is a member of Terrence Crawford's team. You know the gloves got busted in the ring because everybody saw it. They stopped the fight. They looked at his gloves and they announced that the gloves were busted. So the gloves were busted before the fight, at the beginning of the fight, and after, in the middle of the fight. So how in the world could you be making the argument that his gloves ain't fucking busted or that you don't know they're busted? You know they're busted.
You gonna tell me? You telling me what I know? Okay.
Everybody, you do know it.
For one, I didn't know it until you just showed me this picture. That's for one. That's for one, Mr. Bernard. I didn't notice the gloves was busted. I told you I watched the video. I went back and watched the video, and from the video, I could not tell that the gloves were busted until you just tried to show me and zoom this in. You getting all worked up for nothing. What would you get yourself worked up for? And then you call me a liar. And then you call me a liar. You insult me by calling me a liar. You know what I'm saying? But I knew, and I'm telling you, I didn't know. It's virtually impossible to see that during the video.
Do you know now?
Did you see it during the video? Did you notice the gloves busted watching the fight? Did you notice that watching the fight? Did you notice that? Did you notice that watching the fight? I'm asking you that question. Yes or no? Or did you have to go back? Or did you have to go back? Did you have to go back and watch a picture?
Excuse me.
I'm just letting you know, but you calling me, bro. You calling me a liar? It's you telling me on something that I'm lying, and I'm telling you it's impossible for me to see that during the fight. That's all you cleared it up. You cleared it up, but all of that arguing, hollering at me, and putting me on mute, that's uncalled for. That's irrelevant.
Can you see it now?
All right, bro. All right, yeah, okay. So conversation over there. I guess with that conversation over with. Then you showed me a hoe. I'm just telling you, I couldn't see it. The ref did an examination. Obviously, she didn't see it. Well, I don't know if she's seen it or not. But you saying Bud knew. We don't know if he still knew it or not. However, whatever. The hole is there. The hole is there. We see the hole now. But I'm telling you, when I first got on your live, I did not notice a hole watching the fight. So you had to pull up a photo and zoom it in for me to see it. It's not that noticeable to where I can watch the fight and say, oh yeah, there go the hole right there. That's my whole point with that.
What's your point again?
Bro, I don't got no point. I'm done with it, bro.
No, man, seriously.
Man, I ain't got a point, man.
Help me understand. Clearly, I'm missing something.
Bro, all right, bro.
I am clearly missing something. Because when you bring up the fact...
ain't nothing to miss. There's nothing to miss. You showed me the you had to show me the whole.
Help me out with this, because I am definitely missing.
That's why I got on your live. That's why I came on live, because you showed me something that I couldn't see. I didn't see. Obviously, I didn't see. That's all that was. All that getting on, all you're lying. You noticed the hole and all that. I wouldn't even get on here to sit here and see, because I seen something and want to get on here and argue with you and say, oh, it's not there. It's not there. It's not there. Come on, man. I got better things to do with my time, man.
Hey, I apologize for that. That was uncalled for.
That's cool.
In the spirit of getting to a conclusion in this, I would like to ask you, do you see that rip in that glove?
I can see, yeah. I literally have to zoom it all the way in. I have to zoom it all the way in. All the way in. So, yeah, it is on the thumb part.
Right.
There is a
rip in the glove.
Right. But my whole...
rip in the glove. So, hold on one second. What I got? Something. Oh, it should be what? Do you see that rip in the glove?
Yeah, and I'm taking it. That's after the fight, right?
Yeah, obviously, because it's off of his hand. See that rip in the glove?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
That's on the other side. That's on the other side of the glove. It looks like.
exactly. So it's a rip on the thumb. Do you see this rip? This small tear right here? Do you see that right above where it says Lasso Boxing? Do you see above the big one? There's that big rip. There's the big rip, which is, maybe like all here. But where you see the glove bend, do you see that rip there?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go over here. Blow this out. I meant to do this. Okay, so let's go to this then. See that rip? Let's go to another picture.
Hold on, I gotta take this call. It's gonna probably bump me back off, but I get right back on here.
Oh, what do you say?
No, I gotta take this call. It's gonna bump me.
All right, man, get back. Get back.
I'm gonna come right back on here.
Okay, for sure. Claymore Rain, what's up, bro?
Oh, I was looking at I'm trying to look at the damn gloves.
Man, look, man, I don't want to I don't want to keep doing this. But y'all think I'm like people, not you, but y'all know y'all think I'm like some big Terrence Crawford hater all the damn time. But dude, you can't lie about, you can't. Ooh, I don't need no extra camera. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know I could do that. Hold on one second. Because I got to put this up here because
he learning his computer. He learning new things. Remember that now. One day you're gonna need it. So remember it.
Man, look, that ain't nothing new about that. No, I didn't want to do that. So this is a different rip than the one that winds up ripping. And you can even see in this little spot, this is the same hand where this thing, it starts with a rip here. And then the rip opens up here, opens up in the middle part of the thumb, and it opens all the way up. That's the same rip. But the problem is, bro, that I think that there were rips on both gloves.
Right.
If I'm correct, there were rips on both gloves.
Yeah, I could zoom in with my phone too as well, so I get even closer, and you could see it even when you get close. It's obvious, without doubt. Yeah.
And then look, go ahead.
I think that some, well, as far as that last gentleman, I think he was just trying to basically say not what he was seeing right there, just explaining that he wasn't able to see it before, and just comparing that to say that if he wasn't able to see it, and the referee, from his perspective, clearly wasn't able to see it as well, that there's a possibility that other people didn't see it as well, and maybe even getting deeper as far as the intentional disregard of it, knowing that it could give him some leverage in the fight or not give him leverage in the fight. He was just, putting that up for argument. From my perspective, everybody got a job. Terrence is coming there to beat people up. You got commissions, you got referees, you got all types of people set there to make sure everything's fair and square. And from Terrence's perspective, if somebody says, yo, you're good to go, I see your gloves, I'm giving you the okay, he's not going to argue with it anymore. He's going to continue with what his mission was. And that is, I'm seeing red, I'm coming to beat somebody up. Where's he at? There, come get these hands. So, everybody got a job, and if it ain't called, it ain't called.
Dog, let me ask you a question, bro. What does that got to do with Terrence Crawford?
What does, as far as what?
Like seriously, what does that have to do with the topic? The topic was, and I wasn't even talking about this. Mm-hmm. I wasn't even talking about it. Mm-hmm. Was whether or not Terrence knowingly got in the ring with busted gloves.
Right.
Bernie the Boxer said it, and whoever told me to give you the link, nigga, go find the link your damn self.
Negro.
You know what I'm saying? Go find the link your damn self. I don't want to keep doing this. Bernie the Boxer said it. If you don't believe me, who cares?
Right.
The rips, I just showed you absolute irrefutable proof that those gloves were busted before he started fighting.
Right.
We know that they were busted when they actually busted in the ring. And nobody would have known that the gloves were busted, more than likely, unless they looked at pictures and noticed it, if they hadn't blown all the way out. But that is totally irrelevant to the point of whether or not Terrence Crawford knowingly got in the ring with gloves that he shouldn't have been fighting with? And the answer to that is absolutely positively yes. And what you're doing is when you say, well, yeah, I know that he got in there, he had to have got in there knowingly. When you change the subject and talk about, well, let's not talk about Terrence. Let's talk about why the referee didn't stop doing it. Let's talk about why the commission didn't find it. Dude, do you ask people, well, somebody tested positive for all these years? Or better yet, like Antonio Margarito or excuse me, who is it? Luis Resto gets caught by the other team in the ring for loaded gloves. Do you then say, oh, well, don't talk about Luis Resto. Let's not talk about Luis Resto. Let's talk about why the commission didn't catch him.
Right.
Like, no, we're going to talk about Luis Resto. You can also later on talk about. You can later on down the road also talk about why they didn't catch it. But
that's
the
a separate conversation.
That's an entirely different conversation, bro.
If we're talking about this, talk about this. If you feel like talking about that, tell me you're done with this so we can start talking about something else.
Yeah, but no, it's irrelevant. We are
the other.
The topic is irrelevant because we know they didn't catch it. Obviously, they didn't catch it, or they didn't care. But that does not alleviate Terrence Crawford of Terrence Crawford's responsibility. Terrence could have said, my gloves are ripped. I know I'm not supposed to do this. Give me a new pair of gloves. He chose not to do that. That goes to Terrence Crawford's credibility, period. And it is a hit on his credibility, and there's no way around it. And you just trying to get around it by bringing somebody else into it. Well, mommy, I got stole. Yeah, you asked me the question right after I finish this.
Okay.
If your kid gets caught stealing out of a dead caught on camera stealing, and they say, well, why didn't they stop me when I was in the store? That's what they got cameras for. People get caught on camera after the fact. Well, you didn't catch me then. You caught me later. I don't care if I caught you then, caught you later. I caught you.
Right.
Go ahead, though. You can ask me the question.
I guess I have two questions for real, but the first question is, because we're assuming that he didn't bring attention to the tear in his glove, right? That he didn't bring attention to it. It was his responsibility to bring attention to it, right? But let's say he did see, he saw the rip, but the judges or the commission, whoever's inspected the gloves, he's assuming they've seen what he's seen, and they've said, yeah, that's okay. They've led him to believe that although there's a although the gloves are compromised in this area, they're okay. We're willing to let those go into the ring. Is it far-fetched to believe that he would walk confidently into the ring knowing that, hey, this isn't my normal, but the referee, the commission has okayed it, so I'm not going to, it's a small thing to me, so I'm just going to go up in there and do what I do? Is it far-fetched to say that he...
You got pause, bro.
Okay to go ahead and confidently walk in.
Let me ask you the question.
Let
me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me answer your question with a question.
Okay.
You're the same analogy with your child walking into a gas station, going to grab a bottle of Coca-Cola and some ho-hos, and walking to right in front of the cash register, showing him it, and walking out the door with both of them. Do you think is it reasonable for your kid to think that she wasn't stealing something or he wasn't stealing? No. She knows that she or he knew that they went in there, grabbed something that didn't belong to them, that they were supposed to pay for, and walked out.
All right. I can answer that, right? Because I got in this scenario.
Man, come on, man.
Come on,
seriously, man. Can we not do this?
I want to give you. I'm not trying to do this. I'm just trying to give you
this.
A legitimate...
Seriously, hold on. Let me tell you why. Please, why I don't want to do this. Okay. Because you guys are making me make this argument over and over and over and over again about how something you know is wrong ain't wrong. You know it's wrong. I know it. You know it. Why can't we just say it's wrong?
Okay,
it's wrong.
First
the man got in the ring with busted gloves. It's wrong. I don't care if all of the state of Nebraska knew it. I don't care if everybody in Nebraska knew it. The WBC knew it. I don't care. He knows he's not supposed to get in there with defective or busted gloves. It's everybody knows it. If you think he took a bat, if he walked in there and hit Avanesha upside the head with a bat, do you think it makes it any better that the Nebraska Athletic Commission said, well, you know, we don't really care about this, you hitting him upside the head with a bat? Because they let it go? Come on, man. Just okay. He's caught. He got caught.
All right.
Period.
I'm not saying whether or what he did or he didn't get caught, right?
He did get caught.
Listen. Okay,
he did get caught.
So I'm not arguing it. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
No. What you said was, I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he didn't. Say he did because he did.
I said I'm not arguing if he did or if he didn't get caught. I'm not standing on the side of trying to prove that he did he get caught or that he wasn't wrong.
Did he get caught?
Yes, he did. Clearly, he did. We all.
There you go. Thank you.
But I'm not okay. Fine. Yeah. All right.
He got caught.
I'm not arguing it. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not sitting here arguing that he did. I'm not trying to say one way or another. Like I'm okay with what was decided, what he was caught with and what he's being called. I'm okay with it. So what I'm saying is prior to him getting in the ring, noticing that the gloves were compromised in that area that they were compromised in, and at that point, and I want to also get back to the candy out the store scenario, but at that point, once the people who are paid, who are certified to examine the gloves and give the thumbs up as to whether or not they are good for competition or not, when those people tell him and his team, you do not know that
happened. You're just throwing this shit out there.
Well, I'm giving this.
Come on, man. You're just throwing some shit out there that could possibly have happened. Anything could have fucking happened. Guess what? They could have walked up to David Avaneshan. They could have went into David Avaneshan's room and said, "Hey, my gloves are busted. My gloves are busted. Do you mind?" And then I guess it's possible that Avaneshan could have been like, yeah, no problem, get in there with busted gloves. So let's just let the whole thing go because of the possibility. That's just bullshit.
I'm not saying let it go either. I'm just saying what I'm trying to say is, first of all, let me ask you this. Is there some sort of commission or is there somebody who's responsible for checking the status of the gloves before he goes? Is that happening?
Dude, you're trying to get me to talk about some shit that doesn't matter. The man got busted gloves in the ring. You're not supposed to have busted gloves, which is why they said, and then even though he had busted gloves, they still let him fight on with the busted gloves. The gloves were dead busted in the ring. And the Nebraska State Athletic Commission let him continue to fight with busted gloves. We already know that they fucked up. We know they did. It does not absolve Terrence Crawford of nothing, though. Nothing.
In my opinion,
come on, man.
In my opinion, there is a partial. In my opinion, wait, hold on, right?
I got it. Man, come on, man.
All right, but you gotta let me.
I don't have to let you do this stuff, man. Come on, man. Just say what's right is right, bro.
I'm not arguing the right and the wrong. I'm trying to say there may be a gray area.
There's no gray areas. Gloves blew up in the ring, and then he knocked the dude out with gloves that had blown up in the ring. There's no gray area in that.
There is because, in my opinion, there is because the sanctioning bodies that are there to observe everything and make sure everything is going the way it's supposed to be going is there to do that. And if it's reasonable for Terrence Crawford to feel comfortable doing what he's doing if the people who are the people who are making the rules are co-signing and allowing him to move in that direction without any resistance from the back when he's getting ready, all the way until he walks into the ring, all the way until the fight goes on. They're not holding him accountable. It's reasonable for him to be like, oh, I guess it's okay that I'm moving like this. Is it right? No. As far as technically right and wrong, he's wrong. But is he moving intentionally with bad intentions to use this as leverage? That's up for discussion. If he thinks he's okay, he's okay. Now look, my daughter goes into a store. She goes to get candy. She grabs 2 pieces of candy. She shows them to the person at the register. The person doesn't say you need to pay for this, or gives her the belief that she can have the candy, or what she can walk out and saying, I thought he let me have the candy. I showed him what I was doing. He let me do it. And at the end, the cops didn't get called on me. I didn't get in trouble. I thought he's letting me have the candy. Now I'm gonna let her know, listen, if you ain't pay for it, it's not yours. Unless that man verbally told you can have it. But she can walk out not thinking that she was stealing, thinking in her mind that she got confirmation from the store owner who's looking at her with the candy, the way you told me, with the candy in the air, in his face like this, walking out of the store. She can genuinely be telling me the truth, like, Dad, I really didn't think he cared. I thought he thought it was cool. I'm gonna let her know that she was wrong, but there's a difference between doing that and taking the candy, sticking it in your pocket, being deceivious, and walking out the door and stealing from me. You know what I mean? That's just being honest. You know, all I'm saying is,
All right, can we stop this?
everybody has
No,
to be.
that is
We
all
100%,
100%
that's not
bullshit.
okay.
I mean, I'll let you go for a while, bro. That's
Listen,
bullshit.
I'm good with it.
Nah, bro, that's
Bullshit.
absolute positive bullshit.
Okay, fine.
If
Cool.
Terrence Crawford know damn well he ain't supposed to be getting in no damn ring with no worn out, old ass, busted ass gloves. And everybody in boxing knows damn well when your gloves blow up and your padding starts flying out while you're hitting somebody, you're supposed to stop the fight and fix your damn gloves.
So
come on, man. No, I don't cut
their
stop. I don't want to mute you. I don't want to mute you. I don't want to mute you. Because all you're doing is you're just talking. You know damn well, and everybody out here knows. I'm telling you, this is why it's so hard to be a fan of Terrence Crawford's.
Why?
You guys, you will make excuses for the most atrocious bullshit.
I don't know if it's
this is atrocious bullshit on its face. You have busted gloves when your gloves bust in the back room. You get into the ring with busted gloves. Your gloves bust in the ring, and you still fight with busted gloves.
Right.
And you still bust with busted gloves. You like, oh, my gloves busted up. Oh, hey, just keep fighting. Keep fighting. Keep hitting the guy with padding coming out of your gloves. It's bullshit on the part of the Nebraska State Athletic Commission, but it is Bud. That is Bud Crawford. The buck stops with. Hold on.
Oh, somebody. Okay.
That's BS, man.
Oh, you're back. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not going to act like I don't understand what you're saying. I completely understand, and I'm not going to say you're wrong, because you're right. You're breaking it down for what it is, right? I'm just offering gray areas in there.
There's no gray area.
Well, hold on. Gray areas where.
Okay, let me go with your gray area. So, your son. I got to go all the way to the end with it.
Wait, bear with me. Let me just finish my thought, because
your son sees your son. I'm not going to put that on your son. So anything can be excused as long as there is some reason that you could have possibly thought that it wasn't bad. Anything can be excused. I shot somebody. Why did I shoot him? Because I was mad. And, I saw somebody on TV and they shot this person and they didn't go to jail. So I just decided to shoot them. Did they do anything to you? No. Why'd you do it? Because I just don't like them. Well, I mean, I guess that's reasonable. If no matter what, dude, come on, man. This is so silly. For real. At a certain point in time, bro, at a certain point in time, there are things that are just so open and shut and cold, and that's it, that they're wrong. Terrence Crawford and somebody else doing something that could have encouraged them doesn't make it any less wrong. It doesn't matter if he walked up to the Nevada State Athletic Commission, the commission, and said, look, can you see this little rip in my glove? And do you see that? First of all, ain't supposed to be no rip in the glove. They're supposed to be new gloves. Those were old gloves. Those gloves were not new. Not new.
Maybe you're right.
Okay. And when they ripped, yes, the judge should have stopped the fight. And they should have stopped the fight right then. The not to allow him to fight, that is the only responsibility that I saw on that Nebraska State Commission. The other person that overcame it, that messed it up, was when they didn't overturn the fight. Because you know he got knocked out with defective gloves.
Okay.
So let's just stop trying to excuse it or minimize it. It's not okay to minimize it.
All right. I don't know how much I'm minimizing it. I agree that I probably am to a degree, but all I'm saying is, right, and just referring to the murder situation.
Hey man, I gotta move on, bro. I'm getting a headache. Come on, man.
Right.
You know this
just
is
just referring to the murder, right? That potentially, somebody I know, I won't say put on my son like you said, somebody I know killed somebody. Well, I think on many a times we see that there are degrees of murder, right? There's murders that happen out of emotions. There's murders that happen on purpose. There's murders that happen by accident. So mindset and understanding of what's happening while you're doing it is always taken into factor as to how you're going to.
I gave you the factor. I gave you it.
Okay.
I gave you the factors. The factor was, why'd you shoot him? Because I didn't like him. That's it.
That's different. That's
not what. No, that's what I originally said. That's what I originally said.
Okay, but that's clear cut.
That's my point. This is clear cut.
But if my son says,
dog, this is clear cut, bro. I gotta go, man.
Because I thought something was gonna happen.
Dog, I didn't want to talk about this stuff to begin with. Bro, seriously.
That's not what I called. I'll be
seriously.
Honest.
Seriously.
Look, I came in at the end.
It's dead wrong.
Put some perspective on it.
It's no perspective.
I had a whole nother topic.
It's
I had
dead.
a whole nother topic I wanted to talk about.
It's dead ass wrong. It's dead ass wrong. There's no right to it. It's dead ass wrong.
Well,
there ain't
did he
no
get in trouble for it.
It's no. No, he didn't get any trouble for it.
Okay.
So what?
Hey, bro, you said it's dead ass wrong. He ain't getting in trouble for it.
Oh, okay. So that means
dead ass wrong
police officers. So these police officers, they go kill these little black kids. Nothing happened to the police that shot up Tamir Rice either. Well, they didn't get punished. Must be right. Man, stop.
It's extreme.
Man, seriously, man.
I'm not gonna sit there and justify that.
You are justifying it.
Nah,
that's
what I'm talking about.
You're just trying to hide behind it. Well, I'm not trying to justify it. I'm just trying to come up with possible scenarios where there's nothing wrong.
No, I'm saying he hasn't been found guilty of it, right? They're not holding him accountable for it. He went into the ring and boxed the way he did. People, sanctioning bodies looked at it, decided that it was okay for him to fight that way.
Yeah.
Your personal opinion is that something else should be done and that he is wrong. And I respect your personal opinion, but
that's not your opinion. That's not your opinion that he did something wrong.
I think, well, listen, I think allowing the fight to happen with the gloves in that condition.
Dude, you're changing the argument, dog.
No, I'm not. I'm
yes,
telling you what I do think is wrong. I'll be honest with you.
Mute. You're changing the argument. I am telling you that the man got into the ring with busted gloves knowingly. He knocks somebody out with busted gloves knowingly. When he knocked that man out, the Nevada State Athletic Commission knew his gloves were defective when they let him fight him. That is on Terrence Crawford. So when somebody suggests that Terrence Crawford could be playing with gloves against Errol Spence, then they have some reason to believe so because he has done so in the past. So if you want to change to debate the argument of whether or not Terrence Crawford has ever used defective gloves, knowingly used defective gloves in the ring, and that is a yes or no question. Do you know that Terrence Crawford has beaten somebody with gloves that are defective, either defective, tampered, or he should not have been using in any way, shape, or form? The answer to that is yes. That's the discussion. So let me ask you the question, and it's a yes or no question.
It's great.
Do you know that of Terrence Crawford having fought with illegal gloves in a fight?
No.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You know why you do?
Why?
Because the Nevada State Athletic Commission said he did.
So why isn't he in trouble?
Because they allowed him to continue to fight on and said we will replace the gloves at the end of the round. Since they said that they were going to replace it at the end of the round, they know that those gloves were not supposed to be in that ring. So the question of whether or not they were illegal gloves or not was answered by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. They just decided not to do anything about it. Similar to a situation that happened to Bomac when he got onto a plane with guns in his bag. They know it's illegal. They just suspended his sentence.
Right.
They just said, okay, we're going to make this change. Let it go till the end of the round. Then we're going to make the change. But we need to make the change.
Right.
They were telling him he knew he had to take those gloves off. So right there, you know those gloves were not legal because they told him to take them off. They just gave him until the end of the round to do it. That's it. Right. Just like the scenario where Bomac, knowing did something illegal, they just let him go. Right. And said, don't do it again. But that's not just because they didn't punish Bomac for getting on that plane with weapons in his bag doesn't mean that he didn't do anything illegal. He did do something illegal. Just like this case with Terrence Crawford. He did something illegal that the state of Nevada just allowed him to do it until the end of the round. Right. So if somebody says that Terrence Crawford could be in the ring with illegal gloves and then they point to something he did in the past, they pointed to it rightly. Just like if they say, I suspect Canelo Alvarez of using steroids. Why? Because he got caught before.
Right.
That's the argument. It's not something, because we already know the answer to what you're saying. We know Nevada knew it. We knew it.
What am I saying?
We already know the state of Nebraska allowed him to fight with those gloves because that's how he got the knockout. With the approval of the state of Nevada allowing him to fight. So all of that conversation is just out the window because we already know it.
Right, but that's not my point, Fanon.
But you're cutting in on my point.
No, I'm hearing your point.
I know your point is something else. That's why I say you're changing the subject.
No, I'm not changing the subject. Fanon.
You are. If you're making a point.
You're not allowing
we're having let me tell you what the discussion is. Let me tell you what the discussion is. Right. The discussion is whether. This is the discussion. Right. Whether or not the people that suspect Terrence Crawford of being a funny business with his gloves have reason to do so. And I said, yes, they do, because he's done it before.
I agree.
That's the whole thing. So if you agree, anything you bring else is changing the subject.
Okay. Well,
don't change the subject. I'm
not trying to change. Listen. I'm
going to let you talk, but I promise you're going to change the subject.
Okay, if that's fair. That's fair. First of all, I want you to understand that when I called in, I had another topic, right? I wasn't aware of the topic of discussion as
Let's
much.
get to it then.
Okay, I wasn't aware of the topic. I was coming in on the end of a discussion that looked heated that you were having with somebody else.
Brother,
so
you'll change the topic.
Okay, I'm trying to tell you, I don't know what
but
the
I'm
topic
just telling
was.
you, like I said, you were going to change the topic. But you changed the topic.
All right, so I'm letting you know the reason.
That you changed the topic. I got you. You're changing the topic.
All right, so do you acknowledge that I did not know what the topic was?
It's obvious.
All right, then. So I'm letting you know that I wasn't doing it on. I'm trying to, I guess, get you to understand I'm not doing it intentionally, that I came in at the end of a conversation and I just really wanted to
Do you know what the point is now?
And didn't I just say yes? Like,
do you know?
I said I agree with you.
So
hold on, wait.
You're changing the topic.
I'm not. Fanon,
you changed the topic. You changed the topic from whether or not the topic that I framed, and now you want to talk about whether or not I knew you changed the topic. That's a different topic. That's a topic. That's a different topic.
Listen.
You changed the topic again.
Okay, fine. All right. I concede to the fact that I did change the topic. I concede to that, right? I said that earlier. If you were paying
So
attention,
stop changing the topic.
I'm not okay. Okay. You don't gotta do nothing clearly. It's your platform, but I want you to let me get the thought out right quick. If
But
you
it's a
can do
different
that for
topic.
me, if fine, if you can allow me to, if you can do
You
that,
want me to
because I
allow
know
you
you
to
don't
change
have
the
to.
topic?
No, I just want you to allow me to put context to why I was speaking the way I'm speaking. That's all I want is an opportunity to do that.
You've done it.
Okay. Okay. All right. So listen. I agreed with you, right? When at the end of it, you said the topic is whether or not somebody has the right, or is it reasonable for somebody to question if Terrence Crawford would ever do that with his gloves before, or do that with his gloves again because he's done it before. I'm saying, oh, yes, it is reasonable for somebody to question that. I'm not going to argue that. So if that's what the topic was, which I wasn't aware of, that's an easy answer. If somebody's been caught for doing something before, if they've been, even if, because the word caught can get sensitive for people, not for me, but it can get, because caught sounds like you were doing something dastardly and we caught you in the middle of doing it. But I believe at the end of, I'm not sensitive about it. If somebody has been involved and mixed up in something bad happening, it's not unreasonable for in the future for people to question him if in the future something comes up and they want to question it because they have that reference point. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with questioning that. The same way there's like nothing wrong with questioning his PED accusations as far as being involved with Victor Conte, because who Victor Conte is. It's okay to question it. Is it okay to say he did it or judge him without getting the proof that he's done it? I think that
Okay,
is
so
wrong.
exactly
But
how long
questioning it,
are you gonna do this? Because you have again changed the point.
no, I
You
agreed with
said,
you.
let me
I'm taking
explain
that.
to you why. You
Huh?
just said, because I got a guest in my house,
Go ahead. Go
and
ahead.
I
My
know
bad.
whoever's listening to me is thinking I'm nuts.
You
You
are
all
nuts,
know
man.
I'm
You
nuts,
know
but
you nuts, bro.
whoever's
You know you
the
nuts.
refrigerator repairman is thinking I'm crazy.
Go
But
ahead.
look,
Mhm.
you have once again shifted off of one thing to another. You are going to explain to me quickly why you didn't have context for the argument. You did that. Now you're moving on to something else, which is again going into justifying things for Terrence Crawford.
Is it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it
What?
is.
You talking about because of Victor Conti? Because I brought that up. You saying that was doing that?
No, you shifted into, but can you say he did? Yes, but can you say it? That's a different subject. You're
Wait,
no longer
repeat what I
providing
said.
me an
Say it back at me.
explanation.
So what
Sir,
I
you're
said?
no longer, I'm going to speak very quickly. You are no longer providing me an explanation about why you didn't understand what the topic was. You have now shifted on to a completely different topic
About
about Victor Conti and steroids.
that's what you're saying. I
You are
shifted.
now on a
I was
completely
just
different
giving an
topic.
example. I
You
was just saying
know,
that
you're
that's
stop.
why your
Dude,
point was
I
valid.
gotta let you, bro. You're not stop. Okay, please stop. We now know that you did not know what the topic was, but you know what it is now.
Right.
You said you agree with me.
Right. I do.
So there's nothing else to talk about because you agree with me.
I do.
So there's nothing else to talk about. Hey, Fanon, you're right. And that's the end of the conversation. There's no
Listen,
need to start talking
it,
about all
I
this
was
other
just
stuff.
helping. I was just justifying. I was just showing you how I could see your point.
You,
That's the only
you,
reason I picked Victor Conti was to validate your point even more. I was saying just like this, that's a valid reason to ask about him because of who he's is the same way I believe we can question. I wasn't trying to like turn or come back to
so
my
let me
point. I was agreeing
let's
with
get
you.
a clean slate in here and answer a yes or no
Uh,
question.
yes, sir.
Did Terrence Crawford get caught with funny ass
Yes,
gloves in the ring?
100%. Yes,
Thank
by the way.
you. That's
Yes,
it. And it's on Terrence Crawford. It's on him. Him.
yes. He has to live with that. He has to live with that. Yes, it's fair. We gotta be grown men at the end of the day. I don't think, and I hope that Terrence wouldn't feel no kind of way of that being questioned about him. I would hope that he'd be able to be like, I get why you asking that because I had that situation. I get why you coming at me about that. I'm not. I mean, play. I ain't fighting for no grown man who ain't paying none of my bills. So, I, if he got it on his shoulders, that's on your jacket, bro. Um, you got to still prove it. If you think he did it later, you can't just crucify him and say he did it later without showing he did it later. But I get why you're asking the question. Nobody should get in their feelings about, yo, let me see those gloves. I just want to make sure because you've done some shit back in the day, and I just want to make sure them gloves is on point. True, you right. Here they are. You right. Here, check them out. You right. They were fucked up before. I didn't do it on purpose, but my personal reason why it happened has nothing to do with it. It happened on my watch. I should have.
And there we go. Back into excusing
No
it.
excuses. He can confidently
I
feel
didn't
like
know it. It was a complete accident. It was everybody else's fault but me. But hey, I have to live with it.
I'm saying he has to live with the consequences of what happened. But he can also sleep at night being like, I don't care what nobody says. I wasn't trying to cheat. I thought I was allowed to. I was moving in a certain way. But you're right. At the same, two things can coexist. He can feel good about that and be like, yo, I know in my heart,
you're playing Captain Save a Bud.
I'm not playing
Captain. Hey, you're doing a whole lot of pouring a whole lot of sugar.
You're playing Captain.
A whole lot of sugar on this shit.
Shoot a Bud. You want Bud shot. You
no, I don't.
You don't want nobody getting away.
I was defending, sir. I was defending Bud.
Okay, so we both defending Bud because I'm
no.
Bud, so.
Let me tell you, I was defending Bud when I said, let's get the whole context of this right. I was getting called some type of charlatan because I refused to even look at the gloves. I wouldn't even want to look at gloves or talk about the gloves. I said about Victor Conte, I'm getting blasted on people's YouTube channels because I won't call him a cheat. That's what I was. So I said, look, man, it's not unreasonable for somebody to suspect him because we can suspect everybody in boxing, especially if you get caught for something. But unless it happens, unless he gets caught, then you really can't. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. It's nothing really like the gloves, though. You can suspect him clearly on them gloves because he got in the glove. He did it before. He did it. That shit is he did it. No question about whether he did it or not. He did it because he got caught on camera. And I don't understand how you all can sit there and act like you did not see that man on camera.
I didn't. Yeah, I seen it clear as day.
And tell what the deal is. And you know that he knocked that man out with defective gloves on camera. Everybody knows it. He knows it. The only people, but there's a reason. Let's give him a reason. There ain't no reason for you getting in there with gloves with a ripped thumb, and you know damn well them gloves is ripped. You know damn well they're ripped. Mm-hmm. You know it. The fuck out of here. You're taping your gloves. They're in your gloves. You're looking at them. Those gloves were not new. Those gloves. Oh, but Everlast said they were defective, and it's Everlast's fault. It's Nebraska's fault. It's Bud's fault because Bud did it. None of them guys punched David Abination. Now, do me a favor and tell me somebody in this that should be getting some of this contributory blame that actually punched David Abination upside the head.
Mm-hmm. Nobody but Bud.
Nobody but Bud actually hit him with them.
Right.
Okay, so the only person that's responsible for hitting him with defective gloves was Bud.
Facts.
But PK205 said, man, how can you argue about the same shit over and over again? Damn, dog, because I got a boxing channel and people ain't
that's what we do.
That's
what it is. $10. Stop playing. All right.
All right, bro. I appreciate you, man. That shit is crazy.
I'm gonna call back another time because I know we've gone a long time.
Yeah, what's your subject, man? I don't mind. What did you want to talk about?
Well, I wanted to talk about the PBC, Showtime, and Showtime's news that they came out with, and I wanted to just get some opinions from you on certain aspects of what the future might hold for boxing now that this information's come out. And so now Showtime, just to be clear, you might know better than me. You probably do know better than me. So is Showtime still going to be hosting pay-per-view boxing matches, or are they completely separating from boxing as far as we know after 2023? So after these fights,
done.
No pay-per-view, no nothing.
Done.
That's interesting, right? All right. So that being said, now Showtime is, from what we're talking about now, out of the boxing business until further notice.
Forever, they're done. They're going to get rid of Showtime, period. That whole
Paramount, shit. I felt like that might be coming.
They're going to get rid of all of that shit. They're going to get rid of
Paramount was like, I don't care about it.
Brand too. It's too many brands. They're going to get rid. They got rid of the app. They got rid of the Showtime app already.
Yeah, I noticed that a couple of weeks ago. I was going through it trying to see some old fights. Anyway, so fine, right? So now these fighters have to find a new platform to go and show their talents on. Is there any conversations of is there going to be a new platform created, or are these fighters just eventually?
They already got it. They already got a new deal.
Okay, and what's the deal? Can you?
No, and they haven't announced it yet. But it's not.
They do have a deal.
They
Okay,
have a
all right.
new deal,
And it's not the zone. Okay.
and it's not the zone.
Okay. So, man, look, I don't care, bro. As long as they got a platform, hopefully this new platform, like we talked about this like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Hopefully they make it easier for these fights to get made, and I'm all for it, man. God bless Showtime and everybody who made money with Showtime. It was a great platform while it lasted. It's not my business. I don't get no money. What they eat don't make me shit. I just want to see great fights. So, you know what I'm saying? So let's get
Hey,
it.
upper echelon, say, hold on a second. Let me get these super chats real quick.
Yeah.
Bud made a decision to bring defective gloves with visual signs of fading and damage to the fight that Avenetian never approved. It was intentional before the commission or ref saw it. It's no gray area. He proved he will cheat, and that is dead. You can't say it any better than that. Bud, and see that would see Venus, what Zenith 360 did is something that I wasn't going to do. Zenith 360 bridged it and said that he will prove that he will cheat.
Right.
And so if you are proving that you will cheat, no, you can't be surprised that people suspect you of cheating when things look highly suspicious, like you hiring somebody that is a professional cheater. It's a guy that cheated in the past hiring a professional
that example,
cheater.
You didn't let me use that example before. I tried to use it to justify.
No, because it wasn't on the topic. It's on this topic because Zenith 360 brought it up and dropped some change to do it.
Zenith. Thank you, Zenith.
Thank you, Zenith 360.
Thank you, Zenith. So yeah, man. Wherever they fighting at, let's get it. Let's break these bridges, knock these walls down. I want to see the fights. Let's do it right this time. The whole warfare that was going on between this platform and platform, let's all stop that and let's see good fights. You know, let's see the best fights.
It's not going to stop, bro. I would love to address that. That shit's not going to stop because it wasn't showed. First of all, the people that did it didn't get shut down.
PBC and yeah.
Showtime isn't the one responsible for that. Bob Arum and these guys are responsible for it. Bob Arum and and Oscar De La Hoya were responsible for that, not the PBC.
Why not the PBC? They're part of it. Why isn't it all of them?
Well, let me ask you a question. Who sued Al Heyman and the PBC to shut them down when they first started?
Right. Wasn't it Bob?
It was Bob Arum and Oscar De La Hoya. Both sued him to try to put him out of business.
Right. They were hating on it.
They didn't just hate on him, they sued him.
Right.
They sued them.
Right.
And maybe I'm wrong, but let me see. Have you ever seen a big fight being made between the PBC and Top Rank?
No.
Yes, multiple. The biggest Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Manny Pacquiao. Deontay Wilder 2 and 3 versus Tyson Fury.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Tyson Fury, the one with Mayweather, and I didn't realize that was a PBC.
That was a PBC fight.
Right. I didn't know that.
That's a PBC fight.
All right. So if that's happened, then
no. Let me ask you a question. Now, have you seen Top Rank and Golden Boy making big pay-per-view fights?
I know they're working on one.
No.
Now. Have I seen?
No.
Yeah,
no is the answer to that.
Now, supposedly.
No is the answer to that.
Right.
No is the answer to that.
So what
does that to prove to? Have you ever seen the PBC work with Matchroom?
Probably. I don't know.
Hell yes, the PBC worked with Matchroom. That's how Bob Arum. That's how Eddie Hearn got to the United States with Anthony Joshua, because all of their fights were on Showtime when they first came to the United States. Eddie Hearn had his UK fighters fighting on PBC cards in the US.
Right.
Or airing it through PBC cards in the US.
Right.
So you've seen the PBC, you've literally seen the PBC work with everybody.
Right.
Everybody. But people are going to blame it, but you're going to blame it on the people that sued them.
Right.
And to try to stop them from doing
included
business.
them in it, but you're showing that they've been open to having the fights, and you're basically saying the reason the fights haven't been happening is not because of the PBC, it's because of the Top Ranks and the Golden Boys who are refusing to work with the PBC. Did
ESPN and Top Rank make the Did or did not the PBC send Sean Porter over there to fight Terrence Crawford on ESPN?
Yes.
It does Arthur Beterbiev fight on ESPN?
I don't
Yes.
know. I think so. Yeah, I feel like
Yes, he does. And do you know who was originally had Arthur Beterbiev?
Who?
The PBC. He was an Al Heyman fighter. But because he didn't have fighters in that weight class, Al Heyman let him go and let him go to Top Rank to fight on Top Rank.
Right.
Do you know who else went to the zone? Do you know who Daniel Jacobs was advised by before he went to the zone?
PBC.
Al Heyman and the PBC. Al Heyman has literally sent big name fighters to go sign with Top Rank and sign with Matchroom.
Right.
When it was for the best interest of their career. Right. You have never, but to get away from Bob Arum, you got to sue Bob Arum to get away from him. So nah, bro, it's not going to go away because Al Heyman wasn't the problem. Al Heyman is Bob Arum and Oscar De La Hoya and Eddie Hearn who are blocking fights. You still can't get a fight between Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder.
Right.
You still can't get one.
Right. You're right.
They're not going to take the only way that's just going to happen is if they think they got 100% chance of winning that fight. Otherwise, they're not going to do it. By the way, didn't also Errol Spence Jr. get sent over there to the UK to fight Kell Brook?
Kell Brook, yeah.
So, yeah, sent Errol Spence, one of their best prospects, over there to the UK to fight on the Matchroom card.
Right. You're right.
So, no, bro.
Yeah.
The PBC has been working with people for a while. I got a guy right behind you, bro.
I understand.
But it's always a pleasant conversation, dog.
Oh, it's always, bro. Listen, man, I'm here for it, bro. It's exciting for me. I love this shit, man. Especially if I got a day off, I'm coming to get it.
And I appreciate you, man, for the extra time. Thank you for adding to the content.
Yes, sir. God bless everybody. Pray for Palestine and Israel, and I hope everybody's being blessed, man.
Hey, man, I'm praying for Palestine.
Right. Well, any babies
and any of the people in there, dog. That shit they did yesterday.
Oh my God, bro.
That shit that they did. How anybody? I ain't gonna lie, bro. I have no idea how anybody can believe that horse shit.
Yes,
and can. So I am absolutely positively repulsed.
Yeah, my kids got to live through this shit. You know, what I mean, they're watching it and they just, I can't.
Dude,
I didn't know it was gonna affect them that way. They can't believe it.
They hit schools and hospitals, and they claim that they did that. Oh, they did that because that's where they're hiding. They got 3,000. They've killed 3,000. They've killed 3,000 little kids.
Yes.
But anyway, it is what it is. All right, bro.
Pray for them, bro. Everybody pray, man. Stay in the positive move. Let God use you, man. I appreciate you, Fanon. Have a good one.
All right, man. Peace. Thank you, sir. Hey, I went off Fanon's narrative before going back and watching the videos, which I shouldn't have done. On Fanon's narrative, off my narrative, man, click the link. What's my narrative? Michael Sanders, how can I help you?
What's going on? How do I sound?
What?
How do my audio sound?
Sound good enough.
Okay. All right. So this is crazy. So with all right, so man, we know what's going on with Showtime. They're done. I don't know if you spoke on this or not. I'm just like I was in and out of your channel. The situation with Boots.
Yes.
Now do you think that he might have, kind of let his opportunity go when he had that BLK Prime opportunity where he could have fought Crawford?
I don't believe that he had that opportunity, and no, I don't think so. I think Jaron Ennis is probably in the best shape, best position of his life.
I mean, at this moment, he don't have a network.
He is a free agent that any network will take. He's in a position. He might as well be an Olympic gold medalist. Because if he doesn't have let me explain why I say that. Because if he was only signed to Showtime, that means he now is a free agent and can go fight for whoever he wants to. He is the number one prospect in all of boxing. in a glamour division with an established fan base.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized something too.
Let me finish. Absolutely, positively, he is in the best scenario that he could possibly be in because he can start a bidding war with anybody for him. Ain't nobody passing up on Jaron Ennis. The question is, who does Jaron Ennis want to go to?
Right. But no, I just thought about something too. So that whole time he wasn't signed. He didn't have a exclusive contract with Showtime. They just had like a word of mouth fight by fight deal, right?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
No, because if that does matter, then that means he could have took that BLK Prime fight.
That BLK Prime fight wasn't real. That's not a real fight, man.
What you mean that wasn't real? So that wasn't so hold on.
It's not real.
Bozy Ennis spoke on it. He said that they offered him to fight. Bozy said that.
So it's still not real. It's still not real.
Why would it not be real if Bozy said that the offer was made? He said it. Why would that? So what you're saying is that Bozy told a story, a lie that wasn't real.
No, I'm not saying he told a lie.
So what do you mean it's not real? If he offered them to fight, how was that not real? It was an offer that they didn't take. So how was it not real?
Who made the offer?
A representative for BLK Prime called Bozy. Bozy talked to that representative, right? Am I right? Am I saying the right thing?
Before I answer this question and go through it with you, I'm going to tell you right now, dude, that I'm going to teach you something. I'm going to teach you something.
Don't.
So when you get done, I'm going to teach you something. Okay? And I'm going to teach you the same thing that I taught you before, because this is not the first time that you've said this.
Yeah, no, it's just make my
teach you something.
Makes more sense now because of what happened with Showtime.
Sir, I'm going to teach you something when you're done. I'm going to teach you.
You said
because there's clearly something. There's a fundamental misunderstanding that you have, or lack of understanding that you have.
No, brother.
Yes, you're going to deny it, but you don't have the understanding. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking me this question. I know what you don't know just because of the way you're asking me this question.
All right,
but go ahead and ask it. Go ahead and do that whole thing.
All right. So you just asked me who sent the offer, right? That's what you asked me. So I said to you, a representative.
I said who made the offer, not who sent it, who made it.
Who made the offer? Well, I don't know who made the offer. I can't answer that question. But I can say who gave him the message that this offer was being offered. I can tell you that. I can say that. So a representative that was obviously had some kind of business with BLK Prime, because they were a part of the network when the fight was being aired. David Ebenezer and Crawford went to Bozy, let him know this was being offered. Obviously, the offer didn't happen. The fight didn't happen. I don't know the whole details. I wasn't sitting in the room. I'm just going off of what the information that that I heard, what I seen, and what came out of Bozy's mouth. So anything that you getting ready to say to me right now, I can't defer, I can't deny or say that it's true because I wasn't sitting in that room. I'm only going off of what I've seen and read off the internet and where I heard Bozy say.
Yes, you will be able to.
All right, so go ahead. So that was my answer to that. So go ahead.
So BLK Prime offered Jaron Ennis a fight with Terrence Crawford. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that whoever that works, it was the message was sent to him.
You should let me help you with your argument, because I'm telling you fundamentally you don't understand. You should say yes to that. You shouldn't say it's somebody else, because that just makes your argument weaker.
No, I said that he got the message.
So the argument is even weaker.
All right, go ahead.
So let me explain something to you by way of illustration. If I call Ray Davis and I say, hey, Ray, Michael Sanders is offering you his house for $100,000.
Right.
Did he get an offer to buy your house? Yes or no?
No, because I would say, well, who's offering?
There you go. The answer is no. So BLK Prime does not have a contract, does not represent Terrence Crawford. There's no binding legal arrangement between the two, i.e., that is, they are not his agent. So BLK Prime cannot offer a fight to Gervonta Ennis because they do not have the authority to do so. That's why the offer is not real.
Now, can I rebuttal that?
No, because you already know right there. It's called agency.
I just want to rebuttal that.
There's no rebuttal. Excuse me. There is no contractual relationship between BLK Prime and Terrence Crawford. They do not have the authority to make an offer.
What date was that Crawford? I can't even remember the date. What date was that Crawford and Ebenezer fought? What date was that? If you remember,
it was November or something of last year.
So that means because Crawford said out of his mouth he was paid half the money before he got in the ring, right? That's what he said. He was paid half the money. So obviously, for that particular date, for that particular fight date, that's what that fight was offered to. So obviously, he was being represented by BLK Prime before he got in the ring.
No. Obviously, nothing is that. No. He has never been He was never represented by BLK Prime. He did business with BLK Prime himself. Okay. He did business with BLK Prime. That does not mean that BLK Prime is his representative. That means he did business with them.
Okay. So I'm still you still losing me here. Because for
I'm
you to
still
say
what?
that, you're still losing me. For you to
Dude,
say
you're
that
being silly, man. Look, Michael Sanders. Come on, man.
These guys, everybody, y'all heard the offer. Y'all heard the Bozy said. The fight was
make an offer for somebody you do not have the authority to make an offer for. You can't do it. If you are not the representative of Terrence Crawford, dude, you cannot make an offer for somebody that you don't represent. And BLK Prime doesn't represent him.
So why did Bozy even speak on it then?
What Bozy Ennis said was he said exactly what he said. He said that they called me and they said that they would like to have a fight. Right. Hey, I talked to Terrence Crawford and Terrence Crawford said they would be interested.
Right.
That's still not an offer to fight because they can't make an offer. All they can communicate is what he was told. That is not an official offer. It's not.
Okay. So if Bozy and his team and all and Gervonta Ennis would have agreed, don't you think they would have made that happen? But they didn't agree.
Can you rephrase that?
Don't you think? Okay, if Bozy and Gervonta Ennis and his team would have said, okay, we'll do the fight. So from there, that's all you need is the yes.
No,
first.
You don't. Exactly. You're missing it again. Stop. If Bozy Ennis and Gervonta said, we'll take the fight, there is no fight unless it is offered to Terrence Crawford. You still have to offer it to Terrence Crawford.
Did say on $1 million worth of game. He did say that.
Dude, they are not lawyers, bro. I don't care what they said, bro. They are not lawyers. I'm telling you, it's not a real offer because they don't have the authority to make the offer. They will have to literally send him an agreement with Terrence Crawford's name on it and his name on it, and they would both have to sign.
And that would have happened,
offer, bro. That's not an offer.
That's what would have happened if he would have agreed to that.
Would have happened, but it didn't happen. That's not an offer.
They didn't agree. They didn't want the fight.
An offer. Brother, it's not an offer because Terrence Crawford never offered it. Terrence Crawford has to offer them the fight. Or a representative of Terrence Crawford has to offer him the fight. And they never did it. So therefore, there's no offer. Stop. There's no offer because Terrence never offered it. Are you telling me that Terrence called him and offered it?
No, I'm telling you the people that was
So
representing
if Terrence didn't call and offer it, or a representative of Terrence didn't call and offer it, it's not an offer. Because he's the only one that can make it. Okay? Just like I can't sell your house for you. If I don't have an agreement with you as a real estate agent and am duly authorized to make an offer to sell your house, I can't sell your house.
So
they do not have the authority. They did not have the authority to enter Terrence Crawford into a legally binding agreement.
So all right,
they didn't.
Let me just ask this question. So they went out their way to call Bozy and say all these things with no intentions on making this fight happen? Is that what you're saying?
No, they could have had invent. They were trying to barter an agreement. I do that. I used to do that. I would say this. I would go say there's an IT company, a computer company that wants to sell computers. And I say, hey, Dell, I know the mayor of Atlanta.
Can we stick to the topic like how you always?
This is an example. This is an example, and I'm going to do this because if somebody else is going to learn if you don't learn. If I offer them and I say, hey, man, would you be willing to sell the city of Atlanta 1,000 laptop computers? And they say, yeah, we'd be willing to do it. I say, don't worry about it. I'll go call them. I'm going to call the mayor. Hey, mayor, would you be willing to buy 1,000 laptop computers from Dell? And he says, yes. And then I say, okay, great. Let's all get into the room.
There you go. There you go.
No, there you don't go. There you don't go. There you don't go. I did not make an offer. They have to talk to each other and come up with an agreement. Stop. That is me trying to barter an agreement. I am playing the middleman. I do not have the ability to bind the city of Atlanta to anything. I don't have the ability to bind Atlanta Dell computers to anything. They have to come to an agreement. All I'm doing is just arranging it.
All right,
it's not an offer.
So that's
not an offer.
Okay. Why you keep moving?
No, because dude, you're not educated on this and you're annoying me, man. Because you won't learn. Just learn.
I hear what you're saying. You gotta ask somebody first before you go up and draw papers and say, here, sign this. You at least trying to find out if he's willing to sign.
Yeah, and that's not making an offer.
All right, but that's what I'm saying though. They didn't even get to that. They didn't even get to that point yet.
There you go. So it's not a real offer. So what are you arguing about?
You said wait.
It's not an offer. You originally said the offer. I said it's not a real offer. It's not a real offer because he can't offer it. So what are you talking about? There was no offer made to him.
If he would have agreed, then they would have gone.
He can't agree to an offer that was not made. Terrence Crawford did not make an offer.
It would have been made if he would agree to it. You just said it
coulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's not an offer. The offer was not made. So when you say, shouldn't he have taken the offer? There's no offer to take.
No, go ahead.
Because BLK Prime does not represent Terrence Crawford. They tried to barter an agreement in exchange for them airing the fight. That's not the same thing as an offer being made. It's not. And to boot, and watch this, to boot, Terrence Crawford had a fight lined up that he was currently negotiating with Errol Spence that wind up pulling that man over around $20 million. He was not trying to fight Jaron Ennis, which is why he still says he's not trying to fight Jaron Ennis.
He ain't trying to fight him now. He needed an opponent.
Oh, he's trying to fight him then, though.
Yeah, because he
needed to fight him then.
He needed an opponent, and that's what he was trying. That's what he was trying to get.
Was never trying to fight him then because he didn't make the offer. He didn't. He did not make an offer. Somebody else just asked him, if we can get you a bunch of money, would you take it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right, give me the money.
Matter of fact, that's what he did. He said yes to a proposition. He said yes to a possibility. Yes, he would consider it if they could go get him. And then they were willing to pay this money. Dude, that shit is not real, man. That shit is not concrete. That's not real. Is there anything else, brother?
Can I give you another note? On another note that you just speaking on
As
his
long
glove.
as long as you stay off that last note, because that
All
last
right.
note, bro, that's a huge L.
No, that wasn't an L. You
L.
that wasn't an
L.
L.
An L. You said, wouldn't is it? Shouldn't he have taken that offer? I proved that there was no offer. So therefore, no, you can't take an offer that you didn't get. That's an L. And to boot, I told you I'd teach you something you didn't know. So listen this time. Now, what is this next thing you about to take this L on, Michael?
The glove situation that you're insinuating that Crawford, it was his fault, he cheated, so on and so forth, right? That's what
Be specific.
I'm not quoting, but
Nah,
that's what you said.
be specific. He got it. Be specific. But what's your point? What are you trying to say? What's your point?
So if other people, now let me use an example since you use one, if that's okay.
And use the example after you make your point.
I need to use my example to make my point. I need to say the example to make my point. So anyway, that's just like you seen that Everlast came out and said they took the blame for this. These were faulty gloves. They took the blame for that. That's just like if somebody locked you up for murder, but I come out and I say, no, it was me. I did it. It was me. It was me. And they still lock you up and still blame you for it. That's what you're doing to Crawford, basically. Everlast came out and said that it was them, their reason, it was them. They made faulty gloves. It wasn't on Terrence Crawford, it was on us. Simple as that. For you to keep putting out this narrative.
That's not what they said.
They didn't say that the gloves was faulty. Who makes the gloves?
Let me tell you, excuse me, sir. Illegal gloves are defective or purposely tampered. Either one.
So
you can get in there. It doesn't matter. They confirmed that the gloves shouldn't have been in the ring, is what they did. They confirmed it.
And why did they confirm it?
Excuse me, sir. It does not matter whether or not you tampered with them on purpose or whether they were defective. In neither case should they be in the ring.
But you are not the commission.
Dog,
you are not. So
I'm not the commission. Blah 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 blah. Like I said, dude, make your point. You still have not made your point.
My point is, you shouldn't be putting out a narrative that this man cheated when you have other people that actually manufactured the gloves said that they were defective. They the ones who makes the gloves. Terrence Crawford is wearing them to do his job. It's just that simple. That's just like I work for a company called 3M. They are being sued right now for making faulty earplugs by the U.S. Army. So therefore, it's not the people that manufactured the gloves. It's not the people that manufactured the earplugs. It's the company that made that.
You sure?
Are you
sure about that? Are you sure about that, son? You sure?
I'm positive.
Really? So in the case that they sent some defective gloves that didn't have any padding in it at all, they just sent them to you, and they didn't have any padding whatsoever, straight to the knuckle. It's not my fault I beat you up with them. Right?
It was allowed to be worn.
It is yours because you got in the ring knowing they were defective, and he got in the ring knowing they were defective. The question isn't whether or not. The question is not whether he tampered with them himself or not, because I never said he did. I never said he reached into his gloves and he took out padding or any of that. I never claimed that he tampered with the gloves.
You're right. You never said that.
So what I said was that he knowingly got in the ring with, I said, defective gloves. He knowingly got in the ring with defective gloves. Let me also tell you something that will happen to you since you want to bring up stuff. Do you want to, use your example. If I have a business and I have somebody working for me and I know that the stove that they're using has malfunctioned, has malfunctioned and should not be used. If I then hire you to work on this stove and this stove blows up in your face, I cannot use as my defense, oh, well, you know, it was defective from the manufacturer. Did you know that it was defective? Yes, I knew it was defective. So you knowingly used a defective oven that blew up in my client's face? That's on you, because you had a duty of care. You have your own duty of care. You do, just because Everlast said that he got a defective batch of leather. Did they not notify him of that?
We don't know that. You
Yes,
don't know
you
that.
do know that. Excuse me. You know it doesn't matter, because once we know that from Bernie the Boxer that his gloves were busted in the back room, he knew the gloves were defective because he walked in the ring knowingly with defective gloves. And he knew they were defective when he went and he punched David Avanesyan and knocked him out. He knew they were defective. He knowingly hit him with defective gloves. And he had the choice to say, no, these things busted. No, go get me my new gloves. I don't want to do it.
Okay, so
he made a knowing decision to get in the ring with busted gloves.
All right, well, can
now,
we say
whether or not it's, say, for example, David Avanesyan died in the ring, or something that would, even though I don't think even that would have he would have been held responsible for that, because, you know, shit, he got into the ring and was doing something that was dangerous from beginning. So right. I think that would probably be very hard to argue. But then he knew he was going to risk his life regardless. The fact that they were defective and he knew it is the problem. Just like the situation where if you worked for me and you were working on a stove that I knew was defective and had a likelihood of blowing up, then it would have been on me because I did it. And I had a duty of care that I ignored.
Okay.
So that's L number 2. Do you want to go for a third?
L number 2, because can we be safe to say that it's just because I feel like you're putting all the blame on Terrence Crawford. Can we be safe to say that it was not entirely his fault? Okay, if we could go off of what you said as far as he knew that the gloves was
Let me ask you your question. Ahead of time, did Everlast tell him to go into the ring once he discovered that once it was defective?
We don't know. I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Since I don't know, I can't put it on him.
There we go. That's all.
I don't know. I don't know if he called up, if he was in the back room and he said when his gloves busted in the warm up, that he called his agent, he called his Everlast representative and said, "Hey, representative that sends me my gloves, do you think I should get in the ring? Because these gloves are busted." And then Everlast says, "Yes, Terrence Crawford, you should get in there with those busted gloves." I think it's highly improbable that happened. But even if he did, it's still Terrence Crawford's choice to do it or not. So I cannot hold Everlast responsible for Terrence Crawford's choice that he made. That's a choice Terrence Crawford made.
You would say the same thing about the referee that looked at the glove and said, "All right, continue to fight, and we'll change him out to the next round." But
Terrence Crawford that is besides the point of why Terrence Crawford got in the ring with them.
I think that's a good point, because, like you just said, you're getting in the ring with somebody, knowing how dangerous a fight is, knowing that
Let me go back to your other example. I think that it would be the fact that Frigidaire or whoever makes the oven that was defective, sending out yes, they are obviously part of it. They're obviously part of it.
That was my answer.
The decision does not absolve me of my responsibility as it relates to me and my culpability. It does not, what they contributed to it does not take anything away from me, because I knowingly did it. I knowingly did it. Just like if I put a child in the backyard with a dog that bit. I know my dog bites and will bite anything. It's a dog and he bites anything. And I let you go play in my backyard. I'm not the one that bit you. I let you get bit, but guess who else? But guess who's getting put to sleep? The dog.
Right.
Terrence is the dog. Terrence is the dog.
Terrence ain't the dog.
Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford is responsible for Terrence Crawford's decision. And the question at hand is Terrence Crawford's willingness to make decisions.
So if
Terrence Crawford did not demonstrate a refusal to get in the glove, get in with defective gloves. He did not refuse to do it. When he was presented with an opportunity or presented with a problem, should I get in the ring with these busted gloves or should I not? He said yes. That's the issue. His decision that he made.
We don't know what was said. We don't know if Terrence Crawford. We don't know if You said both. I mean, Bernie the boxer said it. He knew that was
a member of his team said it. Yep, and his gloves were busted when he got in the ring. There's a picture of it.
Yeah, I seen the picture you put up, and the
way so he knew he got on. He knew he did. He knew he did.
I feel like you.
Well, then just say you don't know if he knew. Then don't talk about the rest of that. If you don't believe that he knew, that's one thing. I find it very hard for you to believe it. However, if you believe that he didn't know and it was completely an accident and it just got into the rings and it ripped and there was nothing, then cool. Go with that. Don't go with, well, it's the commission's fault. Just say you don't believe it. Okay? I can't argue about what you believe. I can tell you what I know. I know the gloves were defective when he walked in the ring. I know it. I know Bernie the boxer said that the gloves busted in the back room. I know that. I know that Terrence Crawford's gloves actually busted in the ring. I know that.
Okay.
That's what we do know.
We also know.
Since we do know that, since we do know those things, since we do know those things, we know that it is at least reasonable or plausible that was a decision that Terrence Crawford himself made. Since it is very plausible that was a choice that Terrence Crawford himself made, then it is also plausible that he would make a likewise decision in the future, which makes people's accusations about his willingness to cheat reasonable.
But don't
you want to go to body number 4 now? Come on, man. You can't get rolled over this many times.
Checked by the commission before the fight or the day before the fight. The commission checks the gloves, right? So so that's what I'm saying. You're just putting all the blame on Terrence Crawford. So the commission didn't see that?
No, I'm not. I am putting blame on Terrence Crawford for what Terrence Crawford did.
And the commission,
I am putting blame on Terrence Crawford for what Terrence Crawford did. I am not putting the blame on Terrence Crawford for what other people did. I'm not blaming Terrence Crawford for what the Nevada State Athletic Commission did. I'm not.
That wasn't Nevada. But
anyway, I am not blaming Terrence Crawford for what for what Nebraska did. I am blaming Terrence Crawford for what Terrence Crawford did.
All right, but you speak more of the Terrence Crawford situation.
I'm being asked about Terrence Crawford. That's the question. Is Terrence Crawford? The question, I was not asked, what do I think about the state of Nebraska? Even though I've already told you. I told you very clearly that they should have overturned that fight, and that fight should be a no contest without a doubt. And what I see their fault is not turning that into a no contest. And when those gloves were busted, not immediately making him change those gloves.
Right. That's my point too. And
I don't know if that's your point or not, bro. But whatever. If you ask me my point about that, I'll give it to you. But that's not the question. I am not blaming Terrence Crawford for what Nebraska did. I'm blaming Terrence Crawford for what Terrence Crawford, we know Terrence Crawford did, which was the choice he made in getting in the ring with the gloves. Now, do you want another body or can we move on?
You ain't bodying me.
Hey, you are flat dog. Seriously, man. You are like
Dude,
a crow in the middle of a highway, bro. I've rolled over you, went back, rolled over you again. Would you like me to reiterate the bodies you took today? You want you want a replay of the bodies? I can watch this shit. Watch this shit, bro. I literally I can reanimate you and rebody you in about 3 minutes.
You coming up with assumptions and what you think.
Mute. Ain't no assumptions, brother. Ain't no assumptions. Body number 1, Terrence Crawford did not make an offer to Jerron Ennis for a fight. BLK Prime didn't make an offer for the Terrence Crawford fight because BLK Prime doesn't represent him. That's a body. That's a fact. That's a hardcore fact. Hardcore fact. There was nothing for him to accept, so they couldn't have made an offer. Number 2, I'm not blaming Terrence Crawford for what Nevada did or did not do. I'm blaming Terrence Crawford for what Terrence Crawford did.
But then you'll say that, oh, well, he'll cheat in the future if they allow
that. I didn't say that.
For the people.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I can't quote you word for word, but you.
No, I didn't even imply it. I didn't imply it. I didn't say it. I didn't hint at it. I didn't even give an opinion about that. What I said was, it's not. I'm sorry, brother. You got to start listening.
Go ahead.
Listen to the words slowly that come across your ears. Every one of them.
Go ahead.
It is not unreasonable to suspect he would.
So you think that
unreasonable? Listen, it is not. Let's go with the operative word. Unreasonable. I'm not saying that it is right. I'm not saying it is wrong. I'm saying it is not unreasonable based on past events. It's not. So I didn't say that he's going to cheat in the future. Didn't say it. Didn't say it.
But you said if some foul, basically what I got from it is if some foul play was to happen, it's not unreasonable. People should have that reason to believe it. That's what you're saying.
No, no, I'm not. Okay, that is no. What I said is, if somebody says, look, man, I think his gloves are funny. I think his gloves are funny. Why do you think that? Well, number 1, look at the picture. And number 2, he's done it before. If you want to say you suspect that he might have done this because he's done it in the past, since he did it in the past, that's not unreasonable. Because there's plenty of situations where that's the case in regular life. If you know somebody, if you got a cousin that stole money from your mother and you know it, and then they come to your house and you're missing money, it's not unreasonable for you to suspect them. Why? Because they got a history of doing it. Terrence Crawford has a history of fighting with funny gloves. We all saw it live and in living color on BLK Prime for the 15,000 people or whatever that bought it. So that's what I'm saying. Now, would you got anything else, any other arguments you'd like to lose?
It was good talking to you. All right, brother.
Thank you, brother. Get back with you, Michael Sanders. What were you saying? Deborah Booker in the building said, good zero good morning, Fanon. I'm late. Sorry, I'm a little late today. Hope everything is going well for you and your family. I'll catch you tomorrow on live. Yes, sir. On time. Thank you, ma'am. Not sir, ma'am. Thank you. Comprehension is everything. God dog. Once you get caught doing something, somebody can suspect you of doing it again. Man, that was fun, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Man, O'Shevitz. But I'm going to get out of here. That was fun. Hey, shout out Michael Sanders. That was fun. For somebody that really does love to argue, let me tell you, that was fun. Oh, hey, Ray Davis wanted to get on. My bad. Here's a link, Ray Davis. I'm not getting off quite yet. Ray Davis, here you go. Unless this was an hour ago. Drop the link for your boy, Ray Davis, please. I just did. Was that earlier, Mr. Thomas? Otherwise, I really do got to bounce. The drop link. The link is right there. Go ahead. Fanon's free smoke tour. Yeah, dog. No worries, man. We'll do one last one. What's up, Ray Davis?
What's up? Let me turn this down real quick on the other end. Hold on. All right. We in here. Look, I just got this right here. You see this?
Yeah, oh man, that's a beautiful picture, man.
Thank you. That's my wife, right?
Oh yeah, you're lucky, man. You're overachieving out there, dog.
Always. Listen, I just need these dudes to set me up with these excuses. So when I cheat on her, you know what I mean? I'm just saying they wilding right now. Like, where are these? Stop running people over for now. Stop cooking them. Stop burying them. Listen, what is wrong with people? They like is simple logic. Does it exist anymore? Because you gave all these guys the answers. Ain't nothing there but what you're answering, and then they moved the goalposts to another stadium. Then they move it to another stadium, and then they back again. It's constant, man. I just, at the end of the day, I don't get it. Like, understand what somebody's saying. And then homie was like, yeah, in my opinion, you know, what if this happened? I'm like, man, listen, what do you mean in your opinion? Like, this whole thing is off. It's off, bro. I'm trying for now. I'm trying not to laugh over here, but I don't get it, man. People don't understand. They just keep looking for excuses. And he's just looking for reasons for stuff, man. I just don't get it, man. It's hilarious to me. Like, and I'll jump on with any of them. Trust me, I don't mind. I just think it's crazy. You gotta have common sense, man. Didn't we talk about that earlier? Common sense and education. They need Devin Haney private education. That's what they need. That's what they need. That private school, man. We need to help these brothers out, man, because you know. This obviously is something wrong there.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, the problem with it, this is the problem with y'all. The problem is that unlike me, and I'm going to do a little gloating here, unlike me, you all start, the problem is you all start with the conclusion and then work backwards and make every little fact and everything that you see try to work for your conclusion. If you just start with what you see and then work to the conclusion, your logic is going to be a lot more neat. It's going to be a lot easier to deal with. You're going to be able to move around a lot better. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have some ways and some general inklings that you may feel may be the case. Like you got some gut feelings, and then you try to associate your gut feelings along with the logic as you see it. But that will just drive you to some things that may be missing. Like, man, logic tells me this. However, something in my gut tells me this is bullshit. Like, take, for example, and I'm going to do this, and it's probably risk with the monetization of this video, but I'm going to do it anyway. Take, for example, this stuff going on in the Middle East, right? Mm-hmm. Everything that I see in the news is pointing to the people with the Palestinians being responsible for everything, and all this stuff is being justified.
Word.
But my experience tells me that everything that these people over here have ever told me has been a pile of bullshit.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I know that they are fully capable of doing some really horrendous shit. And I have to take into consideration the fact that there's a lot of stuff that I don't know. So generally speaking, I mean this, the U.S. media is not trustworthy. Mm-hmm. It's not trustworthy. It is very, very corporate. And it is very, very, and it is paid for by sponsorships. So sponsorship can affect your money. But then I see that, okay, who do they bomb? They bombed a college.
Yep.
They bombed a college, 2 hospitals, and a college, 2 hospitals, and a school. A UN, basically UN college, something with a UN, United Nations,
yep.
2 hospitals. And I'm like, hold on, man. And it's a mighty convenient excuse. And you're blowing up people all over the place indiscriminately and killing people indiscriminately.
Right.
I think I don't know so much about this. Let me look into this a little bit further. And then you find out that Hamas was originally sponsored by Israel and that it was promoted by, and they promoted it so it could compete with the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, with with Yasser Arafat, as I remember as a child.
You're right.
And you think, oh, this is looking a lot like what they did with Muammar Gaddafi, where Muammar Gaddafi, they ran up in there and and then all of a sudden Al Qaeda is running the place when the U.S. invaded it. Maybe this is like a false flag type of situation, and they're just using it as an excuse to do something that they wanted to do, which was commit genocide on a mass scale so they can get the real estate.
Oh, you know what it is. They've been doing it. They've been killing them left and right over the years. Like even after they already signed their treaties and stuff, they've been doing that for years. They've been locking them up, kidnapping people. Listen, I talk to people all the time. I over here we have a big Palestinian, not in New Jersey, but some parts of New Jersey, but New York. I go to the city a lot because I'm not far. But they got a big Palestinian and Arab culture there, and there's a huge, especially in Brooklyn, there's a huge Jewish population. Now, as far as who's who, there's 3 different classes of Jews. I mean, there may be more, but as far as I know, there's Hasidic, Syrian, and Orthodox. The Orthodox and Hasidics have certain cultures, and then the Orthodox and the Syrians have certain cultures. So they kind of like blend apart. So the Orthodox is like in between, where some of them believe that they're Israelis. First of all, there is no new Israel is 1948. I tell people that all the time. 75 years don't mean nothing. That's not your land. That's, it is what it is. You took it and you established it and you just kept going. Y'all tried to take over more and more and more. It's foul what they're doing. It's whack. As far as what it is, I got a lot of people that are of Islamic culture and lifestyles, and I talk to them on a daily. I know I can see with my eyes. I don't need like you watching a boxing match. We don't need Farhood telling us how the fight is going. We can see it. It's right there in front of us. So why are they trying to convince? That's what I'm seeing. It's like I'm seeing this, but yet you're trying to promote this. Why are they trying to push the narrative on something else to make us believe something? I said, it's just ignorant. And it's just what it is. I mean, colonizing. They've been doing it for years. They colonized Australia, colonized here, colonized the islands, colonized Canada, Mexico. They colonize everything. And then when they don't want it, what they do, they put the poorest of the poor down there, and then they try to make it free real estate. So when, like you said, genocide, they get rid of us, and then they do the gentrification of it, and then they buy the properties and sell the properties up to other people to make profit. It's all about money, man, and it's sad. It's sad that we live in this world where money, they said greed is power, right? So that's what it is. It's all about money, and it's a shame, man. At the end of the day, it's a shame, and I'm glad you brought that up because, I mean, a lot of people don't really want to touch base on it. I don't, because I don't, it's private conversation stuff, but at the same time, since you did, it's really whack out there. Yeah, they can't be doing that, man. But back to the boxing stuff, man. They just can't be doing that. It is what it is. What's this? Showtime last 3 fights.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to bring it up because Caesar TMG just say, hey, can you read my comment? It's Caesar TMG on YouTube. Yes, sir. Brother, thank you so much for your support. Go ahead, man. Once you're done, I'll address that.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no, just touching base on that. I'm glad you reached out because I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat feels the same way. Man. We know what it is. We've been part of this world. We've been in the civil rights episode. We've been in since we've been freed. We have been in genocide here in the United States. So we know what it is. So we can relate to what them people are going through. On that note, man, I want to respect you on that, Fanon, and peace you out. I'll be in the chat until you log off, man.
I mean, ain't no need to jump on that. No need to jump off too quick, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Like, I don't like, and that's one of the things I really like talking to Kamal Oz about. And I don't care if Kamal comes back to the thing or not. But man, like, dude, his understanding of international relations and all of that stuff is just so valuable, man. And when we talk about these little things, just for little bits of time, because this is not a channel. And I want to tell you, man, that just for anybody that may be Jewish out there, man, I got nothing against Jewish people. Correct. I completely separate governments and wars from religion, because it's not the same thing. There's a lot of Jewish people, man, that think the exact same thing. They're like, man, this is not right. This is basically just it's colonization, and it's using religion as a justification for it. And I mean, it is just like there's just a lot of stuff, man, that you know, that I just don't. As black people in America, and I don't know about Latinos, or however anybody else may feel about it. My personal opinion is that I don't want to use any of my voting power, my financial power, or any type of conversation that we have in support of that stuff.
Right.
Because you cannot watch a group of people suffer that greatly when they are at massive, and then you know they're going to fight back. They have no choice but to fight. They have no choice but to fight back. Right. And so it's just kind of like people justifying, like during the Nate Turner revolt, like they killed a lot of people. Like in the slave revolts, there were slave revolts where they killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And did things that people thought were horrendous, right? Or could have thought were horrendous, killing families, doing all of this and doing all that. At the same time, man, it doesn't justify what the other people are doing. And people will use those instances as a justification to amplify the things that caused it in the first place.
Right.
Because you can say what you want about Palestinians. They didn't go to Germany.
Right.
They didn't travel up and go to Germany. They didn't travel up and go to Poland. They didn't do that. But just since 1948, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, which is not coincidentally right after the end of World War II.
Yeah,
they migrated there, and the conflict started where they migrated to. So, like, you got stuff going. I can't isolate that from what goes on in Africa, what went on in Asia, what happened in the Americas. Dude, it's another example of all of the other things that we see from a historical perspective, but yet we want to, for our brownie points, say, hey, well, you know, let me do the popular thing or the thing that's not going to get me criticized. Right. And they tuck it around religion as if somebody's like, man, I don't have a problem with Judaism. I don't have any problem with Islam or any problem with Christianity, but people do things. I think, like, we're a Christian nation. You hear people all the time talk about we're a Christian nation. Mm-hmm. Are people anti-American because they're anti-Christian?
Nope.
You know, they can be anti-America because of what America does.
Correct.
So they're not God. You know, they're not Abraham. They're not Jesus. That's not who those people are. They are human beings like everybody else. And they're making decisions and doing things to other human beings, which cause a lot of suffering. Right. And to justify it, because you're like, well, you know, if they don't do it, then everybody's going to wipe them off the planet. So, okay, well, people are going to wipe them off the planet. So that gives them right to wipe a whole group of other people off the planet. Like,
wow. That's what I said. Kosovo was the same thing. Religious based, you know, the Arabs, the Islamic people of the southern country, starts with an A, but they were trying to come back to their country, and Serbians didn't want to give up the land because they already moved in.
I don't know.
Kosovo, yeah, Albania.
That's why Kamal Oz is
Albania. It was Albania. Albania was so they shared the land, but you know the Albanians were poor, and being that Yugoslavia broke up and it wasn't what it was from Bosnia, all this stuff all hung over, and it just created another war. And what happened? Of course, America sided with the Croatians, and they took the land from the Serbians. Because I know some people from Serbia, and they told me their side. Obviously, there's two sides to every story, and there's a middle. They told me their side, and I said, well, that's not how the world sees it. And then they explained to me, I said, wow, that's crazy. So now I see a whole different side of things because they were the victims at that point. So even though the Albanians were at the time being bullied and pushed out, the Serbians were the victims on their end. So I'm like, darn, like this is just, it's crazy when you really can sit down and talk to people and be not even a mediator, but just a person just to hear both sides. And being that we saw it, you've seen it back like I did, and what was it, 96 or something like that. 95. We seen it on live. We seen it live on TV. The bombing and the explode, the terrorism, blatant. And it's a shame that we have to live in a world like this when you really have people that really have the right mindset and common sense, and we leave it to these people we vote in to just look for power and look for other ways to get advantages of it over the other. And that's the problem that we have. We just need to wake up on this stuff, man. And like I told you earlier when we was talking about the schools and stuff, I was like, look, man, I keep my kids in school. My youngest son just got accepted to the Talented and Gifted program for math. You was talking about that, right? And I'm like, word. But I keep him conscious of our history all the time. And then I also keep it real with him on what's going on in the world. I let him know this is what the world is. Doesn't mean it's my look on the world. Just don't do what I did. Just stay focused and just get where you got to go, because you're going to be the next one. That you're going to have your kids grow up and they're going to be more successful. That's what we do things for, success for our kids. But they lose it, man. It's too much of this nonsense in the world right now, Fanon. And like I said, I'm trying to I'm probably going to have a photo event for a few friends of mine. Like I said, I'm trying to bring some friends together. I have some Jewish friends and some Islamic friends. You know, I have a studio I work with. So I'm probably going to do something. I already talked to both sides, so it seems to be coming together pretty smoothly, because not everybody believes the same thing. Like you said, even I know Jewish people that just don't see it. They don't see what the Israelis are saying. They're like, this is crazy. And I also have the Islamic people, and they're saying like how they're suffering because that's their brothers and sisters. They're very tight, and they're like, darn, this is not right. We've seen it for years, and a lot of us shut down. We don't say anything because we're over here safe. But now it's a movie right now, and it's getting crazy. I mean, I'm looking at a lot of stuff there. So we gonna all get it together, man. We all here to make everything what it is and get it going. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's all respect for everybody in this chat. You know what I mean? There's all love. I don't care what race, creed, religion you have. We all there. Creed and religion is the same thing. You can yell at me. But, I don't care what you follow. We all the same. We all brothers, and we all under one God. And that's how I live it. You know what I mean? I walk with my head up high, and that's it.
Yes, sir.
I don't worry about nothing, man. You know what I mean? We keep it real.
Sir.
Straight up.
Sure. All right, bro. Well, I appreciate you, man.
All right, yeah, same here. Always appreciate you, Fanon. I'm in every day almost till I hit the books again, but I'll still be in. I'll be checking in. All right, brother.
All right, man. We'll get back, Ray. Thanks for coming by again, man.
Anytime.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all. I'm in 4 hours. I'm gonna get out of here, man. Much love to everybody. Everybody in the Cash App, everybody in the Super Chat, everybody that came, hit that like button. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button on the way out. That's why we have used the centuries to bully. That's why they that's what they have used for centuries to bully and colonize. Yeah, man. Off to work for now. So yeah. But I'm out of here now. Deuces.